go straight into Cheerios. Law enforcement agency. We have a crowdsourced investigation system going on here, where these guys who were so-called Nolan's best friends are sitting at home, avoiding people, or doing interviews with random, unrelated reporters who don't have, the best interest of the family at heart. I'm just curious. I've seen that's not a convicted criminal. I'm just curious, so do you think that, like, Ben Trump or any of these race hustlers that took this case have the best interest of the family? Now, we can talk about Ben Trump, we can talk about Jesse Jackson, what they would do to the people that they would creep on, the black people that would die. They would literally fight for the fucking families to tell them, no, shut your fucking mouth. We are doing the speaking. But, where you guys are having spin. It had to be elaborate. And it had to be a tearjerker for the public. And what I find to be interesting is that you're asking, why are the kids not saying that much right now? Well, they literally, in the United States, being accused of fucking somehow murdering them despite there's zero proof for the murder. Like, what the fuck would you do? Like, if somebody's accusing you of murdering a boy because of his skin color, and then, you have all of this, and there's a reason about it, and other Americans are talking about it, because it went viral. And yes, these are like the 1950s. They're gonna know. Get out of the boat and make sure the people get on the boat. Stop. Shut your fucking mouth. No, they are scared. And of course, I remember it's my phone is. No, I mean, obviously, it's a tragedy. There's literally zero. I mean, zero. If any of these kids were known to be like overt racist, to have done bad shit, I'm sure that would have kind of come out. There's none of that. There's literally nothing. Black people want this to, stand with them and say basically, oh yeah, it was somehow, there's malicious intent behind how this happened, despite zero fucking proof. And I don't even know why you guys do this. You guys literally want a black death to be caused by white murderers. And it's like a fucking argument. I'm speaking for myself. Brother, that nothing that I just said, nothing in my question, had anything to do with murder or anything. I said, all right, so let's be with each other in the eye. If you and I hung out together and I show up dead, living dead, they already have my funeral. But you call me your best friend, you're going to sit around and wait for somebody else to get to the bottom of this? I wouldn't do it. If you died, I would not rest until I found out what happened. You see, this is a case that has the public attention of the whole nation. Don't bring up what Trump and all of them were doing, because they're on a different agenda, and most of it is professional. Trump, as an attorney, his biggest fuck up that he did, I don't even understand why he did this. This hurts his case. So he was dumb enough to post pictures and messages for somebody who was claiming that they saw Nolan at this party. He posted it on his Instagram page, or reposted it, should I say. And the fact that he's dumb for doing that, because in a court of law, they select a group of jurors, 12 jurors, and even one of them has seen those posts. They're subject to be removed I'll just speak where I live. I live in Maricopa County. If somebody was to die, and you found the person that was dead, they're going to go to a medical examiner's office. They are going to, do an autopsy. They are going to see whether or not they see signs of a homicide. And then, of course, if they do see that, there is going to be, they're going to task whichever agency, depending on the location, whose jurisdiction it was in, to investigate it. And then they obviously are going to investigate it. You're asking, it's almost like you're asking why can't white kids do this extrajudicial thing where they can step outside of the bounds of law when clearly the court was taken into custody by the appropriate authorities that were literally, it was within their jurisdiction, and there was an autopsy done. That's all they can do. The white kids cannot change that. And so it doesn't matter how much money, how much truth seeking these white kids want to do. The body that was found in that jurisdiction is going to go to the medical examiner's office and be autopsied in that jurisdiction. The law, that is the law. There's nobody who can change that. Doesn't matter how much money is thrown at it. And so that is basically what you saw happen. Now they had a second medical examiner's report, which I guess the trachea, much of the throat and the lungs, I believe, were removed during the autopsy there in that state, and so they couldn't really conclude anything. But as Americans, we have to entrust in our jurisdictions exactly what happened. But for whatever reason, I look at this as an excuse. You guys just kind of want to say that somehow, because race scripters like Ben Crump wanted to lead with the extra just bullshit. And quite frankly, this is something that's getting national attention. So you have people that are raising funds and trying basically to try to demoralize white people, make white people look bad and violent, despite there being zero proof. You guys did this with fucking who's that asshole that was just sent to prison for like 30 years? Carmelo Anthony. Yeah, Carmelo Anthony. Like, right out the gate, I listened to all you motherfuckers say how, like, first you guys made this weird claim to go you got jumped by them the year before, or you got jumped, during that, or right before that stabbing, all of this shit. Turns out all of it's bogus bullshit. And have what you have. Despite one instance, that shows that these white had anything to do with this boy's death. You guys are still gonna bitch and scream, and you feel personally like that we will basically the very worth it doubt, which is based on the complete utter lack of fucking evidence. He was working with the John Kelly before he was broke. Well, really brief point. Can the black, just not go forward and say, like, okay, we community, our conduct is perhaps social for the other societies, and maybe like what the black guy did in this video is incorrect, and too many blacks are behaving like this. Right? And maybe they just need to start concerned and say, oh, like, me, victim, I'm victim. Stop saying victim all the time. No, don't do that. Don't call anybody a victim. No, disrespect to me, to a second starter. Disrespect, that's no justice to what you're saying. Disrespecting somebody's not having an argument. You have to present some facts. I call it disrespect. You don't speak for me. I know I don't speak for you. just the way it is. That's just how our bodies are. Everybody's body is different. And the alcohol and the consumption of what happens just when we drink is all different. So it's a very interesting case. It's my theory. What happened? Does anybody else have any theories? I would love to hear y'all's theory. I literally think you know, I just want to say something. I just want people to look to another family who experienced this similar laws that they did. Basically, current set of parents are doing. There was a killing of DJ Henry that did make national news, but the parents didn't go out there fan the flames of racial hatred. And to me, I think we should be honored some people in their example. They didn't jump the gun. DJ Henry was killed by police officers. I think after a club let out, it was very controversial at the time. Happened in Massachusetts, I believe. And a black kid, by officers, that shot him right through the windshield. I don't think he hurt. I can't remember all the details. The parents had every opportunity to make it a racial thing, and they didn't. They didn't. And that family to me stands as an example of how to deal with all kinds of pressure in the midst of such trauma because you lose your son suddenly. So as you were just speaking, the previous speaker, I wanted to point that out. H.A. Henry's parents, they did a good work. Thank you. I didn't know about that. And Vinny, I didn't know about that case. That's interesting to know.
Social media should be innovated too as well. Not just the parents. We gotta blame media as well.
Absolutely. Social media, it's lately it's been a pain in the ass for society because things get blown out of proportion or things get misinterpreted, and especially cases like this. And I mean, it's not the first time this has happened. With the Carmelo Anthony case, I mean, like people were jumping the gun saying, "Oh, Carmelo's innocent. He's the victim. He was doing self-defense." I'm like, okay, but how does that be someone in the chest? How is that an equal reaction to somebody pushing you? I'm not gonna stab myself just because they push me. But especially after they told me numerous times to leave. Why would you stay when you had numerous people telling you numerous times to leave? I'm just saying, I'm bringing up a point here. Some people need to just stop. Actually is, and let's focus on the facts. Get the facts. Let's get the justice. If it is a murder or whatever, then let's do this the right way and not, use media, social media to corrupt the case or screw the case over for the innocent.
And not only that, there are shows about plenty of black people that don't get broadcasted. And a lot of people don't know about their stories. There's a podcast called Black Girl Gone Missing. So there's a lot of other cases out there. So why this one got blown up, I don't know. But a lot of that has to do with social media.
You got blown up because, first of all, you have people like Ben Trump. Their sole fucking job is to grift off of, thing that happens that's when it comes to that whole thing that happened. I mean, this is something like things they've invested their time in. There is zero goddamn evidence that any bullshit's happened. Yet these people are so they have to fucking chase, like, fucking stories like this, which is, I'm not gonna say it's common, but it's relative. It happens, all the fucking time. People, young men go out on boats, they inner tube, they do all of this stuff. They fucking drown. They're found dead. That's a regular occurrence here in Arizona. Just in fucking rivers and lakes.
Well, I mean, it happens all the time over here too. Just recently, two people up the river. Yeah. Okay, so why? Okay. Go ahead, man. Go ahead, black girl. I hear what you're saying, Pepe. You have to look at history. People got blamed crimes they didn't even commit. Got blamed for things that they didn't even commit. Okay, and got lynched. So there's a history there. So that's probably a lot of the reasons why black people protest and do all this and that out in the streets because of our history. You can't erase that to fix the problem. You can't erase that. So there is a history there. Bottom line. Right, you're absolutely right. There is a history there, but you can't. And in turn, a group of people cannot use something that happened as motivation to be fighting protesters and creating riots. In turn, that makes it just as bad as the people that you're blaming. You're no better if you become violent.
It's an interesting case. He's a guy from Massachusetts.
You all want me to show up since common sense, Jim Rose, no man, right?
No, you're correct.
You all want to go in Los Angeles about immigration, about them taking away immigrants. So what are you talking about? Well, illegals don't belong here, first of all. And if they're illegal, they're committing a crime. So, yeah, they're going to get deported.
It's a black guy. I would say this. Like, I watched. There's interesting. There's a guy. He was raped by this Boy Scout leader. He was like a torture leader. So he worked. This guy worked for months. Lo and behold, he ended up encountering that guy one day, 30 years later. Now, the judge gave him. He was found guilty. He didn't do it. That gave him the minimum cited years in New Jersey. Now, first of all, that is something this dude actually experienced. He got raped as a little kid, and the guy who raped him proceeded to beat his dog. The dog was yelping, crying. Then the dog tried to hide behind the boy, and he said, "You see what happened there? Like, I will do that to you if you end up telling anybody about what happened to them." And like, it's just the amount of terror that boy had to go through. He was a man when he ended up killing him. I can see it, like, okay, there's some justification there. He had to experience it himself. He was literally traumatized. You can talk about, like, the trauma that carried over, from generations. When you motherfuckers, black people in America have it better than every other black people in the world. You guys do.
Listen.
That's a fact.
All right, let me ask the room. How many people do you think were reported that was on that island that day? See, because easy to find out. Reported is like, on one island.
They report they have to see someone drown. we would be out. We would demand witnesses. We would demand answers before we call Trump or anybody in Sharpton or anybody. It's so easy. If you look at the videos, it's impossible that somebody could be standing there drinking and then drown and me not know. And me not know. Not accusing them. I'm just saying, what are we dealing with here, people? Forget about race. Forget about law enforcement stupidity. Forget about drinking. We're close. We set out to have on top of each other type of party on the 4th of July. Now, how am I getting killed and you don't see anything? Or how am I going to drown and you don't at least attempt to save me? Sure, I would say this. So if you look at Arizona, like in Salt River, people take one every year. Now, when you go talking about more people together with the on the river, there's never a time on the river where you not see dozens of people in your eyesight. Yet, for whatever reason, people drown during that time. And it's easily recorded because eyewitnesses. Well, they can often discover in the body, or they can't find somebody. You're talking about a fast-moving river compared to a slow-moving beach. So, hold on. Let's say I need to go take a shit. Or take a piss. Now, on a river, then you would tell my other bodies underwater. You would tell my parents that. Or I would tell your parents that. We went to take a crap. What I'm saying is that, like, people have this disgusting habit of, like, literally pooping. And without you really easy. I'm gonna send this out. It's when you don't want to be flashing and there's no toilet paper. Like, the best thing to do is usually, like, in facilities on the boat. There's facilities on the boat, man. All of those boats. Not if the boat left, not if the boat left him behind. All right, here you go, Debbie. One more question for you. Did you happen to see the video when they say it's Nolan? They put a red circle around him and they said that he was leaning. Well, it looks like he's leaning over, so we see his back. Did you see that video by any chance? No? Anybody? Did anybody see that video? What video was it? I'm sorry, you cut off on my side. Okay, so there was footage of a boat, and they say that it was back to the whoever was taking the video. Oh, yes, I saw the video. Right. So that I thought that it was all kids on that boat, but I see an older figure. Right, I saw you can't, like, when I saw it, I couldn't make it until I was knowing the video is not clear enough and it's not distinctive enough image to 100% say that was Nolan. I get that, but that's not my point. I'm saying on that same boat, in the center of the boat, facing the camera, was the black figure was not facing the camera. We can only see the back, so we don't know if that was Nolan or not. But it was an older white figure on that boat. Did anybody see that? I'm just curious. It seems like now that you say that, I do remember that. Yeah, this is all teenagers out there, right? Partying. So what is this old dude doing up there on the boat? The same. So I'm wondering if that's only because I've heard of a grandpa in the ditch. Okay, so my point is, feel, but you get the bag.
The salmon that will make any chef jealous.
it's unfortunate, and I think it's terrible because I hang out with a lot of on books like this many times, and it's never getting racial. There are fights, there are things that happen. It's not racial or movement. And I just think this is most likely a peaceful thing. And unfortunately, the accident that may have involved alcohol and drugs.
We weren't talking about race and about this particular situation we're talking about. We need that kind of questions about what's in the neck. You guys thought, it wasn't around like one day, one day is bringing it up. So it is just a lot of bad decisions that they have.
if you bring cocaine and somebody use cocaine and then they have a heart attack and die, even if it's an accident, yes.
He didn't have a heart attack. He didn't have a heart attack. Why you ask? I'm saying no.
Y'all acting like black men don't be doing drugs and alcohol. Y'all gotta stop this shit. Stop that.
Because Norm said that they probably asked me how I did it. They didn't move.
No, I'm not talking about you, ma'am. If it don't apply to you, then it don't apply. I'm talking who want to sit there and act like these black boys is not out here indulging in this goddamn type of activity. Why
You don't
white
know.
Man, I'm not trying to hear none of that shit.
We were trying to stay away from race because they always blaming us. They're only coming on race.
But I'm looking at it as a race thing, ma'am. I'm saying the type of behavior indulging in, which is drugs. So where the fuck is the lack of
There's no evidence of drugs.
for these children to have access to drugs?
These do get drugs, yes, it's true, in high school.
Just like they don't want to go find some random ass adults to pay to get them some alcohol.
They have need
Area is known to be pretty curfew, full of undertows, overturns, like non-safe place to be swimming. The coroner says that people drown there every year. Yeah, I mean, it's like it's got to be what Well, I don't go into like nefarious shit.
it's not nefarious.
Well, it's made up stories. You're making up stories.
I can tell you as a person who lived, like I said, like I lived on the coast, I lived on a small fishing town, and I can tell you straight out that the undertows of the rip currents are strong and fast. You could just be barely walking in water, if that, and these things will pull you under, and they'd be sitting your ass out deep into the ocean. And by the time you know a person is gone, by the time you realize the person's gone, their body could be miles down. Their bodies could be miles down the coastline by the time the body pops up.
That's a fact. But there are too many eyes not to say that happened.
No, listen, we just had, so I live on the coast, the Texas coast, right next to South Padre. We just had yes, ma'am. We just had a 41-year-old drown in like
You're telling us about it. See how easy that was?
They get caught in the rip currents. It happens when you're in the ocean, especially in between islands. It is very dangerous to get off the sandbar. We just had 5 people drown in Ohio River trying to save each other. Rip currents can be very dangerous. It can happen. And
So all these people who went to that island that day are scared to say that?
What's the
Why not? Why not?
So they set up an attention test. It's where you tell a group of people, or you see a group of people, they're all focusing on one thing, but there's another thing that's happening on one side, but they don't even pay attention to that because that's not what they're focused on. Right, they're all drinking and partying. To pay attention to, there's always going to be a blind spot in a group.
Y'all are insane. Hold on. Let me just say something. Hold on. It's cold out here and I'm trying to jump up into the shower. So listen, okay, y'all priorities fucked up. Do y'all know the Tupac case? The Tupac murder case is starting next week. In 2 days. Really? In 2 days. And you guys are sitting here like a bunch of monkeys on a Saturday night worried about this dumb fucking kid that got drunk and drowned. Like, are you kidding me? The trial of the century is about to happen. You guys are worried about some
Well, in all honesty, sir, it's not even just black people are doing dumb shit. You men are just doing dumb shit. Yo, males are just doing dumb shit. Y'all are just dumb fucking people. You know what I'm saying? It's not just the white boys out here doing dumbass decisions. It's these black boys out here doing dumbass decisions. It's just a pattern of you dumb XY ass niggas. What are we talking about? You stupid ass fucking coon. How about you go find that other chromosome, bitch? Find that other chromosome. How about that? How about you tried to make it about race and monkeys and all this? Sound like albino monkeys to me. Sound like albino monkeys to me. Goofing and fucking around. You know what I'm saying? You know what they say about people who like to coke and drink. Drink coke and drink. I mean, you know, that's why y'all motherfuckers drink so much damn coke. You know what I'm saying? Anyways, if you nigglets, you ex-wives need to make better decisions. You fucking punks.
Yeah, so real quick, not what it's just hit the Saudi Aramco plant. It's massively on fire apparently. I don't know if you guys have seen it. But we may not get it. Apparently they had two ballistic missiles and it's on fire. So I'm looking at August 8th predictions, and they're going to be north probably of about $80 if you want to get in. That's really cool. I'm like kicking and saying shit. The Saudi Aramco
Hey, Wallace.
plant. It was
That Wallace Spirit?
It's on fire. It's the gas plant. So looking at oil climbing.
See, buddy.
Likely
Hope
on
things are going good for you.
Those things happen in all industries.
Or like come out with me, buddy. I think it's time we take it all over, buddy. Stop being such a puss.
There's prevalence in any industry as high usage of hours.
I'm gonna kick you from my truck and go back to the main one.
There has been pretty significant cocaine use. It's been a part of our industry. Not just a rock star of the industry. Now we switch to rock stars and Red Bulls, but then actually maybe worse for it in some ways. But
James said it's cocaine, so legitimately.
The bigger story is what's happening in Saudi Arabia. They hit Saudi Aramco. So yeah, I was just trying to tell Matt and the others that look for both reporting up on Monday. Yeah, we good. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you, God bless you, Trinity. Be safe, Lucian.
It's pushing people away from Iran. We have to keep on pushing it. We should allow longer. I feel a chance to collapse. We might take $1 in Iran. They're fucking their water. They don't have the rest of the areas for a shot. What they have. So yeah, absolutely. It's small convenience for us if fuel prices are up a little bit. Not anything like fuel line or load there as well. So it's going to be a small gain or a short gain, but we're going to style. I like to point the mountain. I like your picture there, dude. That's hilarious. I give you props on that mountain. Such a great movie.
I just, it's been a good they were able to contain the fires and it's not like they're at all. So,
That's a good take on that.
yeah. Well, that's part of it. So,
What works more than that? It's just too hard. It's very best profile photo. Oh, shit. You left the two paper. Take a water. You're such a thankless little cunt, dude. You're rich. Yeah.
where was it in the Quran? Is it in the Quran where Muhammad is suffering under God's name?
Which one?
In the Quran.
It's so disrespectful.
Why? It's part of the text.
Is it really from the text or you don't know what it is?
Well, Ricky was talking about that. Things like she's trying whatever it is. He's talking about it. I just wanted to anyway.
Can a white man answer it?
He's over.
I got a gripe. Will not let Royce White in. These prejudice WNBA owners need to let Royce White be in the league. Why wouldn't men be able to play in the WNBA?
Because
What is a woman? Define to me what a woman is then.
ask Anne.
Oh, that's a good response, actually. Well, that's the genius of the whole thing with Royce White and all them. Because they're forcing the WNBA to say it's for women only. And once they say it's for women only, now they kind of shot themselves in the foot. They're gonna say something like, "And our product's gonna be for well-intentioned women, or women playing under good faith," or some bullshit like that.
You know, it's sad that the world has come to this where we have to define what a woman is instead of having common sense and knowing what a woman is to protect women in sports. And it's very sad.
Defining women. It's literally only you guys on Clubhouse. No one else in the world still talks about this.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, you're on the news.
Like Travis about $10 million. So a lot of people care about it.
Yeah.
No one is talking about this. It's really just you guys.
That's funny. There's two basketball players now who are submitting themselves for the WNBA draft.
This is
And according to the WNBA Players Union, it's reserved only for women. And now you have everyone.
You're not even addressing the point, Alan.
Yeah,
Alan, hold on, Joe. Alan, listen. The commissioner of the WNBA is commencing a special meeting for them to determine what defines a woman. Girl, you have no idea what you're talking about. The commissioner of the WNBA feels like this is a special moment that needs to define what an actual woman is.
And nobody cares except you guys. Well, then why are they meeting about it?
Yeah, he's playing a game of I'm ignoring what you say.
I don't care. So, like normal people, are you 99% of people who are not eternally online? I don't care.
Are you a narcissist that the world only revolves around you, and if you don't perceive it as something to be addressed, then the rest of the world doesn't either?
You're just obsessed, and I think it's worth pointing out that you live your life.
Yeah, I'm
obsessed
with
whichever story makes a black woman or a black person or whatever, he look bad. So you talk about it on Clubhouse. That's all you're like.
I'm obsessed with men not going and physically hurting girls or taking away the effort that a girl like a gymnast or a swimmer or a basketball player who practices her whole life from the age of 5 to the age of 18 and then have that opportunity taken away by some dumb fucking bitch of a man who decides, oh, I'm going to pretend to be a woman so I can beat everybody up and get my jollies by injuring women. Yeah, I'm obsessed, dumb. You're absolutely right. And people like me and everybody else is going to make sure that these tranny, violent, dumb fuck men who think that putting on makeup and putting on a dress makes them a woman, we're going to make sure they crawl back under the rock they came from and go back to so that we don't have to see their ugly 250-pound bodies dressed up in heels and skirts and upset the rest of the world. That's what we're going to do.
Yeah, on that note too, Joel, you were saying what people say when they go out of argument to the issue. You know, this shit doesn't make sense. This was never a problem. Just 5
Normal people don't have arguments for this. People don't spend every fucking goddamn day on this app every single race issue over and over.
Talk about this when the shit is responding. Y'all, we're responding to something. We didn't bring this discussion up. We just started saying, hey, what is a woman? We're not sure what that is. No, motherfuckers are saying, hey, a guy with a dick and balls can say that he's a woman, and then we can start talking about pregnant people. They should understand that women are only type of fucking people that get pregnant. They brought this to our fucking attention. Not us. We didn't vote this shit. We're responding. So don't put this on us. Go to that community and ask that community why the fuck they bring it to our table. All right? If they didn't want us to talk about it, they would never brought the shit up. We're responding to this dumb shit. And you're trying to defend it by saying, hey, you guys don't want to talk about this. No, motherfucker, it exists now. You're trying to spill that bullshit into our world.
I'm not the guy. I don't even
Here's the solution. Rio and insane asylums. Throw all those crazy people and their supporters in there and give them the mental health they need. Period. That's how you solve the issue.
Yeah, stop bringing this shit to us and act like we should respond to it. Like you brought this to us. It's playing it basically what is a D-League. It would be the NBA and basically the fucking D-League. Because that's what the NBA will turn into. The D-League. For those who don't know, the D-League is developmental league for guys who don't make to the NBA or who supposedly still trying to make to the NBA. But right now, they're saying, well, what they're saying is that women are virtually fucking saying you can just call yourself arbitrarily anytime you want to and shoot into those spaces interchangeably. That's fucking dumb. It's just the same logic why we don't let adults play with children. There's genetic differences of why we don't let it happen. And then you pretend like we should talk about it, knowing that there's going to be a fair advantage for one group over the other. This is fucking dumb, Joel.
You can't win, Joel. I don't know why you keep trying. Some of you will wake up and realize that you are obsessed and you just want to debate whatever fucking race or gender talks in the news that day. And you literally sit here every day on what is the latest topic that we can turn into some kind of race or gender war. It's delusional. Just bend the knee before it's too late.
Yeah, Girl, do your thing, dude. Bend it.
It's always about race in here. It's, you know,
Like I said,
there are people that are
you know, we just,
like
like I said, we just gotta reopen insane asylums, people and their supporters in there and get them help.
people.
And this shit, period.
What's that, Black? Your name is Black Girl. And then you brought up race.
Yeah, that's black. I'm a proud black woman. It's in the people.
The people's identity, bro. I should just come out with some white. What's up, guys?
You were brought up in a huge argument earlier. I just happened to stumble into a room and they were bitching about you let Mountain up on your stages, and it was
Why?
yeah, because she lets you up on her stages.
Who gives a fuck?
You're causing division with your hate.
Oh, well, good. I don't hate anybody, dude. I just talk the truth. You know what I'm saying? Right?
This meeting is in response to the comments of a right winger. Or I shouldn't say that. Sorry. Of a woman who is not in support of this. That was very well worded. And then that became a controversy with a lot of people supporting her, it seems like. And then they had to have a meeting to define it. So again, you see what I mean? Right, or I should say, people who disagree with the topic bring it up. It's right wingers. Just not school, whatever the fuck you want.
You still did. This is a political gift that your Looney Tunes gave the right. It's an 80-20 issue. If that is probably 90-10. And your side is so afraid to just come to, just admit the truth that it's political points for the other side. Because it's such a fucking stupid. What? You just throw it away. You just say, well, who cares about this? Who cares if they want to play sports? Like, you won't come out and condemn it, which is really the issue. It's not the actual issue. It's not anymore that Leah Thomas was swimming with women. It's the fact that you guys are so fucking crazy and backwards that you won't actually speak reality. You won't even you won't acknowledge it.
You want to know what the real answer is? Leave it to the WNBA. Whatever the fuck they decide, I don't care. Leave it to they'll decide. They made a rule. Whatever the rule is tomorrow, good for them. I'm happy for them.
This is
See, you're doing it right now.
You can fucking care less if they ban transgender people in soccer in the U.S.
Hold on. Pause, John. Joel's not an American, but he represents what the modern day left is all about. I was on this stage 2 weeks ago talking about how the DSA was going to take over the Democrat Party. And Democrat after Democrat came up on stage, Florida man being one of them, and argued and shouted me down. There's not that many DSA. This is not a big deal. We shouldn't have to worry about it. It's just a right-wing conspiracy. And the mainstream media literally is running with El Said's election as if this is the of will the extreme left wing, the socialists, the DSA candidates, will they have enough influence to take over the Democrat Party? So this is what the modern day left is. They're low IQ. They don't know what's actually going on in the world around us. We bring up these topics and they're like, well, this is only y'all care about this. Jarl doesn't actually read the news. He doesn't really know what the debate is going on right now. This was the first time Jarl has even heard that the WNBA was commencing a high-end meeting of the commissioner. But this is the first time you've ever heard of this story. Observer of Clubhouse, you don't really follow politics. I'm just going to call it what it is. Well, let me just say,
isn't politics. It's just not. It's like politics for children. It's for people who want cosplay, like they talk about politics.
Yeah, well, Charles, you could be right. I might be spending too much time discussing the trans issue and trans women in basketball. So since you made that statement, I assume you've been keeping a log of when I'm on Clubhouse, when I'm not, what topics I'm talking about, when I'm not. If you could submit that to the room and give the evidence that that's all I'm talking about and that I'm here all day long, I'm really concerned about it. You brought up a good point. So please submit your evidence that I am, in fact, obsessed with this and talking, because I really feel like it's an opportunity. We'll wait for that report from you in the chat. Otherwise, it's just you trying to gaslight people and you're full of crap.
Personally said at all. Don't take it personally if it doesn't apply you out. That's all.
What? What doesn't apply?
The fact that you took it personally says everything.
You used my name directly and said I Clubhouse. I think that's called a personal attack. Now you're going to try and squirm out of that? Come on, Charles. You can do that.
I don't think anyone cares. Nobody cares.
Well, again, we're going to need the evidence to show about that. Or we can just go to Google. Charles. Hello, Charles. You don't want to talk about Charles.
Hello, Joe.
What's up, man?
Wait, 1 second. Charles, you probably said I don't care. It's a stupid question. Look, do you think that transgender women should be able to play in competitive sports?
Probably not. Depends on how long they transition, but I would leave it up to whatever sport league. It depends on the sport, depends on the league, but probably not in many cases.
It depends on how long they transition. Why would that be like a fact? Because if the sick parents started giving their child hormone treatments at the age of 5 to a boy, then the argument is that that boy never had the testosterone advantages that boys naturally have over girls as they. So they do acknowledge that men have advantages over women. They won't allow the women to be in their own sport without someone ever being considered a man. Like the logic would be that if you have a net fucking benefit over another group, you shouldn't be in that other group, right? Like again, adults have natural advantages over children. We don't mix them with children. Men have natural advantages over women. We don't mix them. And in certain sports, weight classes matter because the bigger people generally have a bigger advantage than smaller people, such as combat sports. Like this has been established for a niche group of people who cannot substantiate their own fucking position in reality. Like look how far we've gone, y'all, to do this stupid shit. Yeah, just because of an opinion. And to get an opinion, not something that's substantiated in fact, an opinion. And the differences between men and women, I've seen 2 videos. A high school boys basketball team, and then the women play against a middle school team, and they just barely. It was like there were a bunch of different tests, and the boys won all the other tests, but then the final game, the boys lost like 18 to 21. It was a game of 21 physically over girls. And yet we're supposed to ignore that. And if we give a 5-year-old boy the same drug they gave Alan Turing in order to make him sterile, then okay. Then yeah, it's actually a girl. No, he was born a boy. He will always be a boy. And if you start cutting off body parts, he will still be a boy.
Well, at least any parent that gives their 5-year-old hormones, because of trying to change who they are, that's child abuse, and that child should be removed from their kid. That's horrific. This idea like that at 5 years old they can make a choice as to you want to live their life. It's just wild that someone would come off their mic and say, well, it depends on how long they've been transitioned. That shit makes absolutely no sense. Like, it makes none whatsoever. They said it with a straight face.
And Anthony, if you ask me, when you recognize them, this, all the adults for this, you say, would you let a child get a tattoo? And every fucking like, well, they're a little too young to make a decision about a tattoo that's going to be a permanent change. Every single one of them, no, I wouldn't let them get a tattoo. It's like, well, why the fuck would you let them do some permanent shit to their bodies? Idiots. They don't even think when they say shit. Yeah, well, they're full of shit because they don't mean what they say. A lot of this stuff is just them going against the status quo. That's all it is. It's just adverse culture, like country and bullshit. You think that the normal standard or tradition is a problem, so you just have to do it. So any new thing, think about it. Any new thing that's came over like in the last decade, or like just a decade apart, do it consider that children being transgenderism in general, let alone children doing that. Fuck no. Like I never go do such a thing. But when you woke people teaching this stuff in college and being pushed through celebrity and any fucking thing. It's never a thought to say, hey, maybe I'm open to trying to reason this out. So we kind of just walk into it slowly. It's like, nah, fuck it. Like, oh, yeah, full throttle. Right into it. They never take a vaccine from our government. We would never have no force that shit on us. So by the end of this, well, of course you have to. You must take the vaccine. I mean, the shit is night and day for these people. And it's unreal to me because it seems like a fucking, it really feels like a assimilation that is not real. The same people who are against one thing one day is for it the next day. And they don't see it, but we're the cults. We're the cultures that say, hey, we're pumping the brakes on all shit because we're hesitant to change because we can kind of see it from a distance. We can kind of see that some things may not be right, but we could be wrong. Let's just walk into this. Same thing with the topic of the Norwell situation. All of us are open to the idea that it could be racist. It could be murder. It's definitely racism. That side gets it wrong all the time, and you guys don't give a fuck about getting it right because you only need to get it right once. You need to get it right once to say, hey, my belief system is substantiated. No matter how wrong I am, it's at one time, and that's what you realize. So every time you get it wrong, you just move on to the next fucking thing. So this transgenderism shit is stupid as fuck. You just care about getting your fucking way. That's all you guys care about. That's why we have this discussion, y'all.
You're free. I couldn't agree with you more. But here's the thing, right? And this is the part that just like gets glazed over. Let's say this particular group of young men, for the shits and giggles, let's go with the worst case scenario. They were rabid racists, and they killed Nolan Wells because he was black. What the fuck does that have to do with society in general? Like, people like less safe, more safe around white people? It has nothing to do with nothing. It's like they have absolutely no point. They got Nolan Wells' mother standing on the podium now talking about, oh, you have to, as a black parent, talk to your children. Like, this shit is so fucking racist. It's evil.
Bro, when you go to listen, we live in a predominantly white city, go to a predominantly white school, has a predominantly white church. But you're telling the world that you have to question the people around, but you chose that environment. This shit is stranger than fiction. You chose that environment.
So many black people run to these environments when they get a bit of money. It doesn't make sense.
I saw that. The bar and the coach shoot. The bar down here, he's like, fuck yes. The coach shoot. The coach did the same thing. Yeah. Yes, the coach, the boys, all of them looked there and said it's common sense. Because you had a mixed crowd there in the first place. So one black guy knowing well to kill him, and then the other black people around didn't notice this shit. Like nobody around noticed that hey, that guy was being mistreated. And then why him out of all the other black people? I'm telling you, these people do not give a fuck about any facts. They don't care. No logic will defeat. Don't want to think about none of this shit. Somehow this boy just.
They're allergic allergic to logic, bro. They're just allergic to logic.
That's allergic to that. I'm not doing that.
It was the worst. The barber was like, bro, there's no fucking racism down here. Everyone gets along. He's like, y'all need to chill with that shit. And his fucking response to the guy was like, look, I'm not saying that nobody should sin or whatever, but it should be talked about. What the fuck are you talking about? Should be talked about?
Listen, it should be talked about if it's happening. That's the problem. They need to want to talk about it. So here's this. Racism for people like you with that mentality is a religion. It really is. I'm not saying this to be hyperbolic. I mean, it's literally, it is a religion.
No, it must be spoken about it. You are so right. It is a religion.
Yeah, it's a faith system. Yes, you have to believe it. So whenever you tell people it might not be religious, it's like saying God might not exist to these people. Like, no, there's definitely some type of racism there. No, it's like, no, well, maybe, but I don't see any indication. Why do you think it's racism? Well, I mean, you got to understand the history of Mississippi. It's like, no, I get it, yeah, but by that logic, the history of America has been racist. So every mysterious death is racism? Is that what you're saying? You can't be that fucking dumb, right? So clearly, right, which is insane. So, again, I think, so like, hey, listen, just the reason it's out. Okay, there's a different era with different people in a different environment. These people lived through Obama being that president, Kamala Harris, they got black, city council and all, and sheriffs and shit like that. So it's a different world, different environment, different generation. Okay? I'm saying history is what it is, but you have to take in consideration the current pieces in play. It's going to give you different results. If the people involved are not saying it, it's probably best for you to not say it. So when there's no racism to be examined, it's probably racism. But they won't give you that. It has to be you're the coon or the sellout or the racist or your sleep and all this other bullshit because you are depriving them of the matrix they created for themselves. Then you cannot deny that you become the enemy. And just like they come out of it, they become an agent. Everyone transformed it, right? They start attacking you literally because you have to die, you have to be hurt, you have to be counseled or doctor, some type of shit. Because like that's what they're doing at the table right now, bring the table. You have to be the short because no way you're gonna shake them from their belief system, their religion. You're the enemy now. So this shit is sick. It really is, man. And as you guys know, once it's boiled over, it's gonna move to the next story. This will probably be our last thing. I give it 1 more month, and we'll probably having a new story. Like the girl who just got hung in Mississippi.
Family has information, and that's why it's died down so dramatically. They understand, like that if all the information comes to the light, I believe there's some kind of smoking gun in that toxicology report. That's my take on it. So they can't run, they can't hide. That they're terrified. Water in his lungs.
It's really funny you guys believe in this bullshit.
If there's water in his lungs, he clearly drowned.
Shit is so fake ass stories.
He's killed.
You guys just playing on this racist bullshit of whether if the motherfucker got killed because of racism or not killed, but like shit is fake as fuck. You don't. What you know?
The Luciferians, psyop, sacrifice, numerology.
I just said it was fake.
Did he ever exist? Is he a real person?
Probably not. I mean, you laughing? I mean, they make up stories all the time.
I think it was a series of unfortunate events. I think these guys got horsing around. They were already drunk. Don't illegal substances were used. They were on Grandpa's boat. They panicked. They called Grandpa. Nolan had to hit his head because it was as simple as he drowned. They would have been said that. They would have been said, it was in his lungs. They would have said a lot of things. So we just sit back and watch. I just think horseplay. And the couple.
And this line of logic where it's some horseplay and he drowned accidentally. I don't understand that because number one, how are you gonna have like 7, 8 people on the boat and keep a secret? It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. There's no scenario where everybody's going to hold the line for some accidental death shit. Somebody's going to say, well, yeah, this is really what happened. It would never. they could not consistently keep the same story. That's number one.
Right, that's exactly. That's the story differs so much.
And that's not my forte. You know, I'm gonna detect.
Well, that's one of the key things of
yeah. So you guys just call
Ms. Fifi, I understand what you're saying. Since you floated the theory and you chose the option, accidental death. No, I said because of the option you chose and the theory, I'm just trying to get with the logic of the theory. That's all. I'm not trying to criticize you personally.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, Anthony.
I'm trying to come up with everything. I don't want to see them, like they left them, friend,
Okay, the boat was taken on water. This is extenuating circumstances.
And tried to get him to come on, Anthony. You weren't there?
So here's what's up, right? I'm going according to what was testified, what was stated in the interview. And what I'm saying is, does this story have the ring of truth to me? Is it logical? Does it make conceptual sense to me? Do I smell bullshit? The only problem I had with the Brandon Tatum interview, and you guys can say that I'm just being, overly suspicious. It bothered me a little bit that she said she hadn't heard from him. He immediately called the Coast Guard. I would have thought more that he's somewhere sleeping it off. More so, it's 11 o'clock at night. It could be a reasonable thing for someone to do. They got up the next morning, they went looking for him, very first thing. All of that's like 6 o'clock in the morning. I get that. I understand that. But, beyond that,
you would do. You're good too. We don't know what them young men because we don't know them people. I just know it was something.
But Ms. Fifi, I want you to imagine this, right? Okay. I want you to imagine if those young men were your sons. And they would, I have a 20-year-old son, right? Imagine if people were trying to say that your son killed one of his closest friends. Imagine.
They're best friends.
Yeah, I want you to imagine how you would feel about that.
Yeah, those kids were
like exactly. This is let's just say for the sake of this discussion, it's not true. They had nothing to do with it. They're getting death threats. They have nothing to do with it. With their best friend dying. Could you imagine how bad that would be? How you would feel? I would be worried about my kids' mental health.
Anthony, let me ask you a clarifying question. How would she feel if it was a bunch of black kids and the white kid died, and a bunch of white people were saying that the black kids killed him? How would she feel that?
Oh man.
Would you feel this? If it was a boat full of black kids and a white friend drowned, you would be screaming to how dare you black how dare you so black strong then? The fucking people
they would instantly know that story was false.
Yeah. Please. I think you guys don't even know.
She won't answer.
A fool according to his folly. Rich is a remedial retard. Rich is a remedial retard.
He's racist.
He's not screaming at his racist.
He's young black
sensationalizing what she said.
Because their white friend died.
White in my blood.
We're not asking that, but we know how you would respond. If it was a boat full of black kids and their white friend drowned, and everybody was saying that the black kids killed him, you would be saying, I've known you for 5 years on this side. I spent every day in choice with black people. I know exactly how you would respond every day. I know that's a lot of your brain. You're talking about how you don't think you get
I want to hear what you have to say.
Racism, racist white people.
Con, just hold on for 1 second. I'm curious to know what she has to say. Oh, so you gotta see some art white. Yeah.
Bitch, you don't immature somebody. I'm talking to Anthony right now. Because this Uber driver leads me the fuck. So, Anthony, listen, no matter how we spent it was just a situation, no matter what. And if it was some white boys, I would feel, if it was a white boy and a table turn, I would feel bad for too. I don't like them going around beating up on people. I wasn't raised like that. I'm not from that generation. Bunch of Looney Tunes, like that boy down there. He's a Looney Tune. He's a Looney Tune. I'm too mature for that, man. I'm a Gen X. I don't need stupid.
But would you immediately rope with black kids kill the white kid? Not like so in any scenario. Would you joke?
No, I think
everyone's jump to the white kids kill the black kid.
I exist with white and black people. Will you guys stop that white black shit? I exist with white and black people. Stop acting like I'm scared of white people. Never seen white people. Gotta blame white people. Please stop that shit.
All right, cool. So listen, man. I don't think that dog would hunt. I think immediately black community for as long as I've been. I'm going to tell you guys a little secret. The safest place in the world, people, is among a group of black people.
Yes,
black people are not. They're not thing to a person in their midst. They will not. Even in a white person can walk down the hood. A brand new PlayStation. Black. Look, I promise you, this white people. You know how when you're watching a movie or a TV show, the star has that protection, that air around them. That's how a white person in the hood is. In the hood.
Depends on where you're talking about. Cause I didn't see a big amount of white boys.
I'm exaggerating when I say this. I call not into. I'm not gonna be the one to test that.
You're not gonna just walk into the jungle down in California and you be white and you think that you're gonna come out unscathed. You're not gonna walk down.
A black person. Let's say
you're not gonna walk down Madison 3 miles long. You're not gonna walk down Madison Pulaski in Chicago and you're white and you roll up on some
you're absolutely making it in Chicago.
You're gonna get robbed. Who you are?
No, you're gonna get robbed. Absolutely,
you're gonna get fucking robbed.
You're good.
If you're wearing the fucking Star of David in the wrong hood, you're gonna get black. Hey, listen, you wear the Mariners hat. Listen, if you wear that Mariners hat up here in the wrong area, and we had to tell our teacher this one time, right? He was old 63, a white dude, and he was a friend of mine. Don't get it twisted, right? He wasn't a friend of mine, but I told him, man, look, you can't just wear in your hat in your place down over in a certain part because those GDs don't give a fuck if you white or black. They're gonna blow your brain if you do that shit. All right? So it depends, Anthony. Now, if you go and if you're talking about down south, where you got the scary Sambo niggers that are down there, shit. The little coon, the little boss ass niggas, yeah, I got you. You're probably right. But in the Midwest or up north in New York or something, nah, it's not the same. No.
Char, we agree to disagree. You know what I'm saying? And all jokes aside, it can happen to anybody in certain hoods. It can happen to anybody, if I'm being honest. But I think that white and I'm not talking about I forgot what the comedian said. He said that a white woman with good teeth, if she go missing, they gonna go looking for her. It's like a clean cut white person in the hood. They ain't getting fucked with. You know what I'm saying? Somebody like Mountain, I don't know what's gonna happen. But somebody like that, you know.
Right? Yes, like, oh, that's insurance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. No, they're like, yo, the amount of heat we are about to get out here, if we fuck with this dude, it's not even worth it. Like you know that movie, The Professional, like send them all. That's what the fuck would be like. They feel like they gonna all come. So let's just leave this motherfucker alone. We don't know why they here.
I gotta stay.
Look, I'm gonna tell you something. If a blonde bride walk down in a certain area, she probably have some black babies coming out of it. That's what you know what I'm saying. That's what's going to happen. That's what's going to happen. Because obviously, if she's going down in this area, she's looking for something brown. And she wants a brown kid. That's what all that's. But then again, Seattle's different though. It's Anthony. So.
I don't know. I grew up in Baltimore, so yeah.
Yeah.
We all expect segregated like that. We all intertwine with each other, honey.
Yo, the last time I was in Maryland, I have never seen so many
white and black. Go to West Texas. I know it's fucking weird. West Texas is just nothing but mixed race people. White, Hispanic, white and black, white and Asian, black and Asian. And nobody gives a shit out here. And it used to be a sundown town, but it's just, when I showed up here, I thought there's no fucking way I'm going to come to Lubbock, Texas, white Asian, and be part Jewish and shit. And then show up here and then just fucking nixels everywhere. I'm like, what the fuck? I never.
That's crazy.
I thought you looked black. You know, what your name is. I thought you looked black.
Beefy, this is rich.
Yo, there's a phenomenon that I've been seeing lately, y'all, and I need anybody to explain this to me. You guys are gonna laugh when I say this, but it's the truth. I've been seeing some modelers, very handsome white men with some super ugly, below average black women. What's going on?
There's women, they give good pussy, and they cook and clean. My wife's smoking hot, but she knows all the scaggers.
No, you know.
See my wife, Red. My wife's
your wife.
Oh, your wife runs too.
I think there's some white
If you see the one interacting with my wife, you would see the run pussy.
I think there's a movement afoot.
Encouraging black women on stage.
The building. What's up, bro?
What's the deal, Anthony?
You're quiet tonight, man. What's the word, my brother? So good to see you, man. Yo, you be holding it down, Timothy. Yo, Timothy, you ain't got no business, dog. I respect you, Jim. I respect you.
I appreciate that, brother. You know what
I'm saying, man. Yo, you don't back down, man. You're a fighter, dog. You are a fucking fighter. I respect it.
Wait, did you guys all get a screenshot of my profile photo so I can change it real quick? Matt, did you get it?
What is you, Anthony, man? I can see you motherfuckers be coming for you on this app.
I appreciate it.
I'm gonna change. You get a screenshot, man.
Yeah, I got that a long time ago. You're good.
Man, it's nice for the real President Trump house to be open, man. All that.
Daddy,
it's nice to see the real Trump house open, man. Shout out to the OGs, man.
Exactly. I appreciate you, Anthony. Same. Appreciate it. Man, definitely.
Edward, are you supposed to say Foursquare 7 years ago?
Yeah, you're right. I got it. I'm still alive, though. Just remember
we hold these truths to be self-evident. I know you'll fit it in.
Yeah, I'm going to put it in your Thanks for reminding me, because of the fact that we hold truth to be self-evident. Like, there's no such thing as trans. There's never been a biological male become a female.
Yeah, trannies are just dudes in dresses.
Yeah, whatever you want to.
Don't exist just like Black Hebrew Israelites.
Well, I'm going to have to agree with you because I believe in purity over life. Black Hebrew Israelite. What's a Black Hebrew Israelite?
Black Hebrew to elaborate on that.
I've never heard of a Black Hebrew Israelite. I've heard of one Israelite, but Black
Hold on, I
Hebrew
didn't enunciate the first word. Black Hebrew Israelite.
Yeah, there's no such thing as a Black Hebrew Israelite.
Well, I see that you're mashallah, white Mexicans down in the
Mashallah, waka, waka.
Yeah, the UPK guys down in the white
What are you
Mexican.
talking about? You fucking
The white
fucking
Mexicans
dirty
in
ass.
the audience.
You dirty.
They are Christian.
But I like Khan said something. This is, I think it's important. Like a retard. I like the fact that he has decided to repeat something. And I don't think we do that enough here on Clubhouse. You know, what truths do we all hold to be self-evident? You know, I don't think that a lot of us really know who we are. I like what Anthony said earlier. We don't know really what happened, but maybe it was just an accident or something. Maybe. I think we like to lead with our quote-unquote ethnicity. You know, my ethnicity has done nothing for Edward in his whole life. I don't know what get up with this guy. Why don't we ever hear fidelity or honesty or trustworthiness? You know, I think
that Jarl was not.
No, don't do that. Listen, I'm
a Jarl's a communist.
It doesn't matter. Listen, we know there's communist countries in the world. We know that exists. At the same time, I am not going to allow someone to take away my republic, my independence, because I do hold true to be self-evident. I do have a life. I do have liberty. And I get to pursue my own happiness. Okay? And I'm not going to let some person who says, I live in a country and I want to not have borders. I don't want to have the police. I want to get rid of the Senate. I don't believe that people should make that much money. I think they should pay their fair share, even though you're not making money. I'll end on this, guys. When did the public sector get the right to tell the producers who create the public sector that they can tell them how much money they should be penalized for doing the right thing? So that's my submission. I appreciate each one of you. And remember, truths are still truths, whether we like them or not.
I think it's a great idea to piss off all the people that make the jobs. You don't think it's a great idea, Edward? Shouldn't we just be angry at everyone that produces jobs?
People, okay? What I'm learning, which is really sad, is that we no longer have hustlers. We have no producers. We don't have people that get out here and want to actually design stuff, to really do stuff. We got a lot of people saying, you know what? I want a basic income. I think someone should take care of my health care. You know, I mean, come on, man. Can everybody in the world stop and say, when are we going to actually have producers? And look this up, guys. I just want you to look this up. Correct Edward if he's wrong. 5.8 billion people on planet Earth make less than $2 a day. Guys, there's only 8.4 billion people on the planet. We got to stop the nonsense. There is not any system on planet Earth that is.
No, I disagree. We should all be equally poor. We should all just be equally poor and have nothing.
Or we can all be broke, like we all can be broke. Back channel. Every time you get paid, Mike, just send your check to my address.
Yep, that's what that's what the socialists believe.
Hey, we all can not have free health
They just
care.
want to be equally poor. They just want everyone to be equally poor.
It couldn't benefit from the government. That's what we all look forward to. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be honest. Like, every time, and I don't fuck with the right, the left. The left are a bunch of faggots. All right, they're a bunch of retarded faggots. All right, but when it comes to the right, all right, the right, it just seems like these motherfuckers want to cut everything that makes sense, create data centers that use up all the fucking water. Don't give shit is sabbatical, you know what I'm saying? They also like to start wars and sit up here and drop bombs and threaten a nuclear bomb.
Why do we get that?
And then those people will be called terrorists. But if you say, look, we're going to blow up an entire nation, which includes the men, women, and children, you know what I'm saying? Even people that ain't even for the same government that they're trying to take out, they want to take them the fuck out too.
somehow they're not labeled terrorists. So I'm just saying, oh yeah, gas prices, food prices raised. Data centers are killing off bees right now.
Well, how are they attributed to the right?
Oh, it's attributed to the right because of what Trump cited the AI centers, and AI takes in AI sort of the data centers, these data centers. All right, and guess what? Whether the AI or data centers, they're using up the fucking water. All right. So, with that being said, fuck Republican and Democrats. All right, all that shit is retarded. But if we're talking about the right now, I don't see any difference between the Republicans and Democrats. They want to take people's fucking Second Amendment and First Amendment away. They just go about doing it the same, a different way. You understand? So this shit right now, like, I mean, what's going on right now? I just don't see any future for this fucking country in the course that we're going in.
Yeah, you're
I'm not a nihilist. I'm a realist.
You're a nihilist.
Listen, Mike, I'm pro-truth, and I'm a realist. I'm just not going to sit up here and I'm going to give you the raw, unadulterated truth. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to give you some fictitious hope of a fake reality, man. I'm just going to tell you how it is. You understand?
So you think both parties are for the destruction of not only the country but just humanity?
Come from the same exact they come from the same exact conglomerate. Democratic Republic.
I don't think anymore.
I mean, yeah, they broke off now. I mean, but at the same time, it's two heads of the same. I mean, you have left wing and right wing. But guess what? Why do we use the analogy of wings when we know that wings are associated with creatures like birds? So if you for dragon or something. So you clip off one wing, the other wing is gonna fall. The body of that same gonna fall. Why? Because you need both to fly, right?
Yeah, like I don't necessarily disagree with you, but I think what you're talking about is the old right, like the Bushes, the Clintons, the Obamas, the Reagans, the Jimmy Carters. They're all the same lifelong politicians. I'm with you. And I think that's the best part about Trump is he's exposed all that. Trump's exposed the Republicans that are just fucking politics, like the Mitt Romneys, the Liz Cheneys, the Mitch McConnells of the world. Those motherfuckers. Trump exposed them too. There is clearly one side of politics that is against the other side. And it's the lifelong politicians. The lifelong politicians are against this new wave conservatism.
Okay, look, I'm gonna say this. The right, I mean the left are I'm not gonna sit up here and act. We're not gonna look because the right wing is doing the shit, the hateful, racist bullshit, all this other goofy shit that's going on. I'm not gonna sit up here and deny what the left pushing pedophile agendas. All right, having trans to kids. Bro, I'm not gonna lie to you. That's why I wouldn't have kids. If my kid was exposed to that shit, somebody's gonna get their head lopped off. I'm just gonna be honest.
I'm with you there.
Videos back, they made commercials back in the 40s, well, no, not in the 40s, but in the 50s. Right? Bob is a homosexual. Make sure that you go around Bob or something like that. In other words, he was implying that he was a fucking pedophile. And actually, homosexual was an allusion to pedophilia because it was they understood that it was a psychological issue. But in today's time, you have people like NAMBLA, which the left promotes the LGBTQ, which is nothing more than NAMBLA, right? National Men Boy Love Association, or whatever the fuck that shit is. I mean, so I'm not gonna sit up here and say these motherfuckers are
minor attracted person.
Yeah, so I'm not that shit, whether it be left or right.
No, it was left.
But at
the left.
But at the same time, let's deal with this. The right, all right, in secret, it is what it is. You know, when it comes to these old white children.
Charles, I want to point out to you. This is what I want to point out to you, brother. Did you notice? You started out and you said the right, with all their racist shit they're doing. That's all he said. Just said words. Then you went to the left. You're like the left with this drag shit and all this other stuff with the kids and this stuff. And then you went to a big long thing that I agree with. But you notice you gave exact examples of the left and their craziness. But with the right, you just go, well, they're racist stuff. Zero.
Yeah. I can. No. Fuck all that. No, for you, if you want to talk about the racist shit, I can take that shit out.
Racist political party. No, wrong.
Oh, they both racist.
No, they're not.
Look, when it comes to the right, it just seems like at the time, like when the right's in power, somehow this country's always at war with somebody. There's always mass.
Yeah, because the left is a bunch of fucking nut jobs.
But wait, when George
the left's in power, the right is not a bunch of nut jobs.
What about George W. Bush? Like he went to war with fucking, with them people over there.
No, what you're talking about?
Saddam Hussein and shit.
Let's talk about inside the country.
Okay, but but here's the thing though, right? We can't act like, at the same time, we can't act like the fucking price of gas wasn't going up. I remember $5.50. This was before I was even fucking eligible to drive.
Come back to me. How is the right racist?
Racist rhetoric. All right. Whenever you're sitting up here talking about make America great again, what is that really? I mean, and mind you, make America great, MAGA, the whole symbolism. Fifth degree, the highest degree of the Church of Satan. The GOP fucking symbol is literally an inverted fucking 5-star pointed star and shit, which is the representation of Baphomet or Baphomet, which way you want to say. But either which way, right?
Where is that coming in?
I mean, I'm just saying, I was just going into some other deep shit because I just like to go deep.
That's my point, but let's deal with the
It feels racist.
Hold on, Char. You made some great assertions.
Oh, he's right about all the other shit. He's completely right.
Hold on. I know. But he made like assertions about the Church of Satan. And I'm trying to figure out, Char, when did you become an authority Church of Satan in that MAGA is also introduced to it because of Make America Great? Could you please give me that background?
No, I mean just the acronym. Just like you have fucking the UN, right?
No. You made those
into the
I know, but you made some serious claims. No, but you made some serious claims as if though you knew that this was reality.
I mean, I wish I would have fucking clipped this, right? The video or the actual quote. There was some former senator that said that there were a lot of people from the right wing, right? They call themselves Christians, which there's a lot of Christians like this too. It's not about left and right, but there's a lot of Christian pastors. Just for an example, a lot of these motherfuckers who were taught in the Masonic temple. They were taught in these Masonic seminars right before they got inducted to a fucking this and the third. Well, no, they in the highest degrees they worship Satan, traditional values, and claim to believe in the Bible, claim to be this Christian nationalist, but behind closed doors, like some of the leaders and some of these people, specifically these people that are in the conservative, to be a part of the Church of Satan. I would love to find that quote, and I will fucking literally post that quote of the individual that said that because he was fine.
If you could, so I just want you to know, I'm a believer in God. I'm actually a conservative. Never been in any church for the sake of worship or anything like that. I believe in personal responsibility. I believe in between one man and one woman. I believe we need more families on the planet. So I don't know how you can automatically come across as though the Masonic Temple and all these other groups, again, very small percentage of people, even the letter groups, we call them the alphabet group, they're less than 1% of the world population, but yet we give them so much clout, as if though we all know it's not natural. We know this, and I know people don't like to talk about this. But when you have these conversations about what people are doing and being part of something because of the alphabet, MAGA, okay, I think
trust still the greatest nation that man has ever known because of independence, because of responsibility. And whether we like it or not, every system on planet Earth has some fringe people in it because people have choices in life. But don't put everybody in the same bucket because I don't think you've got them all. I land there, Charles, but I appreciate your submission.
Oh, no, you're right. I'm not saying, listen, when I say I'm not talking about everybody. I was talking about specifically the one. Because you can call yourself liberal and conservative, which the actual definition of these names, of like an actual liberal from an archaic standpoint, is someone who's noble and someone who is of nobility, right? Someone who's a righteous individual, right? When you break it down, you know, if you go all the way back, of course they're going to say, well, I'm liberated, I'm free, I'm to do any old kind of thing. But those are probably teachings to do what thou wilt. That's basically what they're saying. Without saying it, and people will follow it not knowing that it says it. Just like conservative is a good thing. Self-preservation and conserving certain values is not a bad thing. But when it comes to conserving, you know, conservative as far as in modern day terms, from a subliminal standpoint, I mean, they're basically saying we're preserving, you know, what America used to be as far as having certain people on top, certain people on the bottom. But even in all kingdoms, right, there was always a caste system. But regardless of that, though, I'm not saying like everybody's a Satanist that happens to be conservative. I'm just talking about these Congress people that you look up to. People in on the left and the right, they're all fucking behind closed doors. They understand what they all do to be up in their positions. I'm just going like that.
Charles, I want to read something to you real quick. I'm going to go one by one. There's 7 things here. And I want you to do really quick. It's only 1 sentence. There's 7 things you agree. Like you say, agree or disagree after I read one. You ready? So here we go. Number 1. One should strive to act with compassion and empathy towards all creatures in accordance with reason. Agree with that?
Yes.
Number 2, the struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions.
I know what you're reading from, but yeah, I mean, logically, yeah.
You agree with that one? So yes. Number 3, one's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will. You agree with that one?
Yeah. For the
most part. Number 4. The freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend, to willfully and unjustly encroach, to forego one's own freedom. Read that one?
Yeah.
All right, that's 4. So number 5. Beliefs should conform to best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's own beliefs. Is that?
Oh, yeah, of course.
All right, this is number 6 now. People are fallible. If one makes a mistake, one should do harm that might have been caused. You agree with that one? And act thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over the written and spoken word. Agree with that one?
Yeah.
Okay, so those are the 7 tenets of Satanism, which you disagree with. You disagree with the core foundation of Satanism. All 7 of them. Those are the 7 tenets of Satanism. And I'm not a Satanist, bro. I'm not trying to advocate this. But I'm saying, you just say, like, well, you're a Satanist. And they just apply it to people. But I just read I'm a Satanist.
I know what you're reading off of, so I mean, I can agree that those are things that you can utilize as far as
No, you can.
I mean, statues and shit, but that doesn't. There are people. Oh, go ahead.
These are the tenets. Like this is like their commandments. Like, this is the 7 tenets. It's called tenets. TENETS. The 7 tenets from the SatanicTemple.com website.
Yeah, you're reading off of Mike.
Okay,
that's why I was just. But
you're not saying this, are you?
But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. And this is it's a doublespeak because the things that they do behind closed doors, they're not going to tell you. Do they also tell you that they drink blood and they kill people? They do. Do you? I mean, what's the name? Who was that fucking Satanist? Him and his witch ass wife. Levine. What's that dude's name? Levine.
Anton LaVey.
Anton LaVey.
Yeah, and then the wife. And they're saying that that's Taylor Swift's mom. You heard that one?
Yeah. Well, it's true, stranger than fiction, Mike.
Dude, she does look like Taylor Swift.
Women, witches and warlocks. I mean, that shit's. If you don't believe that shit's not real, then somehow shoot.
Yeah, but some of them don't even really worship the devil. They it's like a play around. Like, oh yeah, we're Satanism, but we don't really worship the devil. So it's like
that's what they say.
Look,
that's what they say. It's like games like that.
I don't want to get into the play in the mud with the Satanism thing. What I'm pointing out to you is that your earlier submission, you just kind of
okay, but the Roman Empire was a demonic ass kingdom, though. Right, and they had rules and regulations in their kingdom. Right, like this. Go ahead.
Charles guys, you fucking burn fucking whatever hell they want to go to. What I'm saying is this: your immediate submission was you were like, a lot, dude. Everyone says this shit. It just like gets said, and no one pushes back on it. It's just like understood. You're like, the right, you're a bunch of racists and they're Satanists. It's like, well, hold on. And then everyone just like kind of keeps going. They keep talking, like no one ever just like says anything. And then when you try to, I've asked you now 4 times, how is the right racist? And we're talking about Satanism. You still haven't given me how the right's racist. And but you're not a Satanist, bro. I would never call you a Satanist, even though you did agree with it. So it's all just bullshit. And if you're like biggest critique against the right is just to make up shit about racism and Satanism, well, that's like that means you really don't have a problem with the right.
No. I was just going into some other shit along with the whole thing with the right. If I was talking about wars, gas prices, cost of living going up, and 11 out of 12 recessions were started by the fucking right. Like, I mean, I can go into a whole bunch of different things about the right. I was just talking about certain other aspects, that you might not be privy to. Just like I spoke about the NABLA pedophile bullshit that the left is really, was pushing. You know what I'm saying? And a lot, and really attack on manhood is what they were going after. On the left, but on the right, it's just one from one extremity to another.
Yeah, but I'll say this, and I know it's not you, right? You're the ones we're just having the conversation. So, like, the royal left, right? Everyone else, right? All of them. All the other people on the left. Yeah, I mean, I guess to some extent you, but I'm not talking to you specifically right now. We're fucking sick and tired of people just being like, oh, the right's racist. And now the left does have problems, but the right's racist. But there's no examples of any of it. And like I told you, the Democrats
are racist too. I mean,
they're the most racist political party in the history of mankind.
No. It's not even close. They're racist too. I mean,
but the right
at the end of the day,
we're not racist at all.
Well, I don't know about that.
Then explain to me what have the Proud Boys done that's racist?
A bunch of shit. They even
not racist.
Segregation.
Not racist.
Asian people in there. What are you talking about? How they push it?
What is segregation
in this group? How they want segregation when they integrated? That doesn't even make sense. They integrated group. Isn't the leader of the Jews on shit against the law? They are integrated group. That doesn't make sense.
I found a video of them chanting it and them passing it as brown people in it.
Give me a racist thing. Oh, Jesus. You can't get segregated by black people. That doesn't make sense.
All right, I'm just saying this is a homophobic gay. I gotta find that video.
Y'all have
I know what I saw.
You just say like a pro-LGBT homophobic group. That doesn't make sense.
Wait, Mike. Okay, wait. Do you consider Trump a rightist?
Trump a rightist?
He makes some. I don't know. I mean, I think he's a rightist. Okay, he's right. Okay, so in the right, he's somewhat right. So he's that. Well, yeah, he's definitely not. He never was. But I mean, he made some fun racist jokes about fucking Obama and whatnot earlier this year, and also too, he also made some disparaging comments about fucking Kim Jong-un.
talking about?
So yeah, about the fucking monkey shit that he said about fucking Obama.
You talking about the video?
I'm really happy with it. So first and foremost, he didn't make the video. Yes, he didn't make the video. He shared the fucking video. No, he didn't make the video. You think Trump is around? Exactly right. He didn't make the video. Somebody else did. It wasn't about them being monkeys. He was making fun of the Democratic Party being animals. They have to bow down to him because after all the bullshit, he still rose above them. They're basically trying to make like the whole video up. Yeah, he's lying, but the video was also about the voter fraud situation, which they didn't pay attention to. And they're trying to exactly. They do it all the time. This is a playbook. So this is what you're doing right now, but just call you out, bro. This is one of those that both sides do it too. Anytime we try to put a highlight on the left, they instead of saying yeah, the left is bad because you don't want to align with us, it's like we both got to do it. That's not true. All right, don't get me wrong. Why don't you ask us how we feel about their backgrounds, different interests, and what? But we all get along. We don't sit here and try to pick at each other about stupid trivia shit. We sit in this space and embrace you guys because you guys come in, you have good conversations, and everybody do well. We're going to the other spaces. It's fucking chaotic. Attack for any fucking reason, okay? So the bottom line is, we are prime examples of that this group is actually pretty decent with black people. Even if you don't oppose to the group,
I attack indiscriminately, so.
You're smart enough to get an ID.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're fucking racist to me. Didn't I just tell you what they do, what they? Oh, I haven't. Well, no, I was gonna tell you what they. What did fucking Hillary Clinton say? Said that black men are the fucking predators or something like that.
Biden said they're super predators, I think. Whatever, she's on the left.
And then she also said the most dangerous fucking place in the world for a black
Trump quote Central Park 5 kids.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah, you want to pull up there?
He said a bunch of other.
he didn't call them my name. No, hey, bro, you don't know shit about the case, bro. I got the post.
He said that
Please do that.
terrible was a terrible that
Hey,
happened,
pull up
and then he
the
told
ad.
him something.
Read the ad together.
No, you didn't. I promise you didn't call them that. I promise you didn't.
The Central
Yeah,
Park.
exactly. I'm telling you right now.
And then
No, but they also asked some questions about it in the interviews, but he
That's what he did. He
didn't
told
call them that.
him nothing. He just said, he needs to be executed.
yeah.
Yeah, he said we need to, yes.
No, I know. He didn't say
The
that.
article, right.
Look, bro.
Let me explain. The article was talking.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Well, so the Central Park 5 thing, it all started with the ad that he took out from the New York Post. He took out a full-page ad. We can go look at the ad. It's not even like it's lost to history. You can just Google it, hit images, and there's the ad. You can read it right now. The death penalty thing was about these people that are killing people in the park. They need to have the death penalty. Now, this was in reference to the Central Park 5. Go look at the ad, bro. He never says one thing about how these are. He never says one racist thing. And when he took the ad out, the kids had already confessed. Now, the confession ended up being coerced, and they were let off later. But when he took the ad
Not
out,
true.
the whole fucking place fucking. What do you mean? They got definitely.
Mike.
Not true. It's probably not true. You're
No,
not
listen.
accurate. You're totally wrong. You're completely
Let's
wrong.
read the
You
ad.
are completely wrong. You're making fun of yourself right now. You have it all fucking
Yeah,
wrong.
let's read the ad.
No, literally, I don't even want to talk to you. You don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know.
You're honestly, you're embarrassing yourself right now. You really are. You are.
All right, go ahead, Freak.
Let me explain. And I think it's
By the way, that's the third racism, and they haven't hit one yet.
These things you're talking shit that's not accurate.
Wow.
I love showing that. So Mike,
Obviously a troll, like, clearly.
we love you, C.
No,
Like,
you
they
fucking
got the
don't.
case.
No,
Jesus
We
Christ.
don't feed trolls around here.
They got the case correct. They changed the case on political reasons. It was not that there was an innocent girls. That was bullshit. Okay. Yes, I promise you. No, they were not cars.
I'm gonna say this. Okay, real quick, free, real quick. Let me say something about the Central Park Five, right? Now I'm not even talking about the Trump thing. Now, as far as the shit that they went to, I won't say entirely innocent because they went down there to go like place where people were doing all kinds of fuck shit with somewhere that was going on around.
They was in Central Park. They were in Central Park. They were just to dick around.
No, but there was some shit that was going on down there that they were
some shit started. That doesn't mean that those.
But I'm just saying.
I'm in New York City. This
as far as them raping that woman,
dude,
it wasn't them. It was that
horrible
fucking.
what happened to kids. It's totally disgusting, dude. No, you cannot. They did not do it. So stop making stop it. They went to jail. Stop this shit.
Well, they could have.
On incidents of racism in the right.
Listen, I can explain this facts in detail. There's a lot of the information to it. I give you the gist of why they did it and the facts behind it. Okay, this is just be quick. Okay, the guy Martinez Reyes was a part of the crew. He was with them that night. Okay, he knows Steve Lopez and Corey Wise. That's why him and Corey Wise got into it several times in prison. When they got back in prison together because they were moving around or whatever, Corey Wise was bullied. So Corey Wise was coming back because they both spent time at Auburn Correctional Facility in New York. He was coming back to the same facility okay? Martinez Reyes knew about it. He did not want to be bullied again by Corey Wise. So what they did was they conspired basically for him to take the drop for the whole thing because he never got caught for it. The other boys got caught, he never did.
That's dumb. The fact that you can actually.
Stop. We got the link and I need more detail to you. Please shut the fuck up, bro. I'm begging you, shut up. I don't care. I just don't give a shit. Shut up. I'm gonna give you facts behind this. So thank you. The person who exposed this is Martinez Reyes' lawyer, Richard Syracuse. Okay, he got interviewed by King Burns, who did the documentary called Central Park 5. This is what we know them as Central Park. Okay, Sarah Burns is King Burns' daughter. Everybody know King Burns because he did all these stupid documentaries. All right, when he was being interviewed, he did not know at the time that about the whole Martinez Reyes coming out and being to the crime, whatever. So that's why he was interviewed because clearly Martinez Reyes is taking a rap for it. So he went back into his case or whatever because he represented him in this case. He realized that hey, Martinez Reyes was friends with Steve Lopez. He knew that Steve Lopez was friends with the gang. So they were there tonight. Martinez Reyes raped the woman two nights before in the park. He lingered around in the park. He knew those boys. So he did it that night. With the boys, that's why all the stories all colluded with each other. Action. Not only that, it was several other fucking. It wasn't just 5 boys or 6 boys. It was like 30 boys in the park. Okay? It was several fucking witnesses. I'm sorry. Let me erase that. There was many fucking witnesses. Not just several. It was like 34 witnesses. Okay, not just them 7 boys, but other people who got attacked too. Okay, John Laughlin, Antonio Diaz. Is that when this case came out? Ryan, what's her name? Nancy Ryan gave the vacancy for the case. So they didn't give her exoneration at first. She just vacated the case, okay? This happened in 2002. They vacated the fucking case and threw it off the books. So, like, the reason why she did is because this was a shot at Thursday, who they had some deep fights. I'm trying to get past this because a lot of the backstory. The bottom line is they vacated the case. Then they started moving for the lawsuit and the, the exoneration. They weren't going to do it because the state was like, hey, we have no reason. Now look at the Armstrong report, and I said, I put Lincoln chat. The Armstrong report reviewed this case to see why did they vacate it and why they was basically trying to get this money from them because, they had all these facts and all this information that were deeming the boys to be guilty. So what ended up happening was, what's your guy name? Mike Bloomberg got Michael Armstrong, who's a lawyer, in New York. He got him on the case to do the Armstrong report. The Armstrong report will basically break down in detail why this case is bullshit. The Armstrong report was sent out to see what the police did to make this basically guilty. Long story short, they found out there was no wrongdoing. The cops did nothing wrong to make these boys. There was no beating, no starving, no threats, none of that bullshit, no promises. The boys admitted to it on their own cognizance, okay?
Are you going to keep moving along? Can I go?
No. Because you're saying wrong, you don't know shit about the story. You're gonna do everything that everybody does to the story. You're gonna say shit that we already know that you're gonna read articles and everybody because it was the same shit. Listen, no, I'm telling you something you haven't before. I'm telling you something that everything you about to say I haven't heard before. Stop. Listen. Everything you say, stop. We don't know how they got these vacancies, but we're not gonna give them the money. Okay? Bill de Blasio came in after him and he ran on this that he would give them the money. The reason why he did this because Al Sharpton was a part of the original case, was a part of this case too. He was part of the vacancy and all this shit because it was with it was called the African Central some shit, some African group that was part of it back in the day. Long story short, he told Al Sharpton told Michael Bloomberg that hey, I'll get you the black vote if you give these boys this money. So when he got in office after 10 years, this happened in 2014, they made a settlement and then they fucking just gave them exonerations. They were never tried to get the exonerations, but there was a trial to get them guilty. Long story short, there was no evidence to exonerate these boys. They just gave it to them. They never proved they was innocent.
How does it make
They only
racist?
It doesn't.
Right.
The Trump was never doing it to all the shit that was against me. Go ahead, bro. What you gonna tell us that we don't fucking know?
On top of that, Matez was a known rapist. He committed other crimes.
We know that. Yeah, hold on, let me ask you something. Do you know how Matez is? Hold on, stop. Hold on, stop. Do you know? Hold on, listen. Do you know how Matez is?
Currently, or when he did
No,
it?
thanks. Huh? So, no, it's a little bit the same. But how about when he did?
They said he was 18.
How old was the boys?
The boys was like 14.
Nope.
They weren't 14, 15.
Nope, stop. They were between the ages of 13 and 18. Okay?
13 and
No, you're right. No, I'm saying it was all around the same group. Same thing with Corey Wise and Michael Briscoe. Who else? Martin Call. I'm telling you, these names you don't know. Projects, okay? They all run the same area and dealt with each other routinely. So yes, Terry Reyes was a rapist, but this is not an either or thing whether he did it or they did it. They all did it. Okay?
So they all got together at the Central Park.
No, watch it.
And they all said, we're gonna rape this girl.
No, see, look at it. We gotta be this. So what they did was say, hey, we're gonna go to the party. No, exactly, because that's not what I'm saying. So it's funny what they said. They said we're gonna go to the party, beat people the fuck up. And what they did was they did that. They beat people the fuck up and they robbed them. When they came across her, they did the same thing, but they started getting frisky because she's the only. By the way, too, when you look into it, she's the only female that was actually attacked and stopped. All other victims was.
These boys that were on trial beat people up. You know that for a fact.
Yes. No, bullshit. All right, so hold on.
Because they caught multiple kids that it wasn't just. They called multiple kids that night.
I know. I said that. I said that earlier.
Okay, so you only say that only you did that.
No, I didn't do Jesus Christ.
Did they say it? They said a whole bunch of
things. They got charged for the rape of the woman. The other boys got charged for the rights and other shit. They specifically admitted to the rape. So the other boys didn't get charged for that particular crime. They got charged for other crimes.
Yeah, because they were held in a room until, hey, if you see it, oh yeah, he's
No, stop. I got you. Let me explain how stupid this is. Let me explain. Thank you. First 48, right? There's a show called First 48. They thought this woman was going to die. Okay? Nobody knew this woman was raped except the people that was involved. The cops didn't know. Matter of fact, they didn't even find her until after they had the boys in custody. The boys already admitted to the shit. They didn't even find her until 3 hours later. So they already had the boys admit to something that the cops didn't know anything about. But once they found the woman, they realized, like, oh, that's who they're referring to, because all the other victims are males. Okay? When they caught Clarence Thomas was crying saying they shouldn't have raped that woman. They never asked him this shit. He vomit. 3 hours later in the party, because 2 guys were walking home from work, they saw her body in the party, they came to alive. She stayed in the coma for 12 days. That is what you're proposing. The cops have to make up a story to give to these boys, to make a mistake and get familiar with each other within 48 hours. That's fucking impossible. Not only that, they gambled the idea that this woman would die to where she would wake up. The DA to everybody. They're going to make up a story and coach these boys in 48 hours.
That's how before.
And we said,
No. And I'm from New York. I know New York cops get down 100%. Raymond Santana, on top of that, Raymond Santana, his first statement, he didn't know anything. He didn't even know those boys. So his first statement got thrown out the window. They didn't even use his first statement.
That's not true. That is not true.
They didn't even use their first statements when they said they didn't know what the fuck was going on. As soon as they got them in that room, all alone, they whole shit switched up.
How the fuck is that?
No. Tell me all the boys are mixing each other, even the boys that didn't get charged with rape. Like I said, Jomo Smith, Lamar McCall, Clarence Thomas. Why are these boys mixing their names all together? Antonio Matalo. You don't know these boys. You don't give a shit either. You don't know them. These are other witnesses. You have no idea about them. And of course you didn't, because you don't know the case. That's my point. You don't know.
My point is that fucked up.
No, think about it. Yes, they didn't go and plan to do it. It fell in the hands. They beat people the fuck up when they came across this woman. They saw she was vulnerable. They sat the fucker. That's what happened. The cops talking about talking to three boys.
Rapist that probably got
Stop.
probably did it.
I need you to make sense of this. Stop, bro. I need you to make sense of this. I need you to make sense of this. The cops talking to 30 kids in 48 hours to get one story correct, and you telling me they coached them together. They had to come up with a fucking script. The boy became a professional actor. Stop. I need you to answer the question I'm asking. The cops have to become screenwriters for the boy that became a professional actor. No, listen. Let me ask you something.
Hey, listen, the bottom is they were forced to
Stop saying that. No, what the fuck are you talking about? You just repeated what you said. Stop. No, you just repeated so you're not adding into the conversation. What the fuck?
You don't even know.
No, what the fuck is this?
You don't
Oh,
fucking
Jesus. Fall back. I don't know the story. Don't give you shit you never heard before. This is the story. You guys should look it up.
sit down.
I don't know the story, but y'all don't have none of this shit. Don't talk. Tell you. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, and if it was really credible, they would have still been in jail if that was the case.
No.
It's not, so the evidence that you got. Hold on. And the tap, and drop them.
I am. I want you to write this girl. I've been down there. I'm not doing that now. I'm not start dropping. But here's how this goes every time. I drop my sources. Oh, stop. I drop my sources. They never drop theirs, and I'm always considered wrong. You say you don't know how to drop your sources.
I have it here. Do I send it to someone?
No, you can put it in the chat.
I've been in the tab. They say every influences, man. They say y'all bullshitting.
Great.
I agree.
So,
You want to give it to the five? Well, like I said, don't
so here's the judge's summary right here. This is the judge's summary. The bunking out the defense was trying to say the World Congress, and they have enough time. These are armstrong report. There's probably going to be phone evidence, which actually talk about the physical DNA evidence. There was blood on their shirt, there was semen, there was some hair on their clothes, there was a whole bunch of shit on there. But so the second one I just dropped goes into that armstrong report. That's probably the best one I can give you right now. Let's see here. This is so let me see. Oh yeah, this is the video of all the boys. When you got time, please watch them. All of them invented shit and screamers all of a sudden. They turned to fucking Broadway musical because of the last 5 days they know what was happening. So that's amazing. Here's all the videos. Let's see here. What else we got? Alright. This is regular
Let me drop my source in IG.
Sure, yeah, so let me tell you articles from newspapers. That's what they're gonna do. They're not court documentation, they're gonna be dropping official reports, they're gonna drop articles. I've done this shit before. I've been out as well. I know you don't. That's my point. Listen, if you had it and you're ready, you would be saying the shit you're saying. You're only reporting opinions. That's what you're gonna report opinions.
That's all you are.
Yeah, but isn't that
I get it. That's what. No,
isn't that what's wrong? You're taking the emergency.
No. I'm not quoting documents. There's people involved. That's a difference right there. That's official reports.
Now, these credible evidence, just because it was in court doesn't mean it's credible evidence.
Jesus Christ, bro.
You can pull off something that was used in court, but what's incredible? Money underwear. What was the money underwear incident? Isn't Freedom was on that black guy? Semen was on that lady.
You should.
Because last time I checked, semen was on that lady, not the boys.
Yes.
That was right here.
Yes. Correct. Also, this stuff was on there too. Yes, also.
I mean, the only thing that Freeze dumb in his atheism. That's it. That's the only thing that I know that Freeze dumb.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, he's the smartest black man on this app, except for the atheism.
Thank you, God. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
So here's this. No problem. The bottom line is there's a lot of things I want to get into. I know who's going to go down the road and make it long. I was going to sleep. The bottom line is there was some evidence is not on the some of the DNA evidence not on the boys, not because they didn't do it. The reason being this is extremely important. Some of the boys didn't admit to actually having intercourse with a girl. Like for example, Antron, he said he punched a woman. That means that he did.
Was that his first statement?
Antron said.
Was that his first statement?
So he admitted that. He said that particular thing, right? And the bottom line is that this is weird, but there's evidence of hair and blood on him as well as the other boys, right? Mateus Reyes, and this is my theory based on it because I did a study on Mateus Reyes' crimes because he raped approximately 7 women, known more than that, approximately 7 women. What he likely did that night when he ran to the boys, he told his jailmate that he was with them that night too, after of course he was incarcerated. But what he likely did that night was come back out of the boys' life. Keep in mind, she was found 3 hours later. 3 hours later. So after they did what they did and beat up and everything, he came back and did something more. That's why I believe his scene something was fresh. Not only that, I believe he was competent enough to finish because he was so great. As according to them, they were just performing due to progression. They didn't want to look away. So I don't think they was competent to actually, go for a throttle. They were just trying to, grab some of them, or none of them, in my opinion, actually did anything because I don't think they was, competent to do that. But the bottom line is you don't have to be because according to Corey Words, which is a big thing, he said, he told them, this is very important. Corey Wise told his friend, Melody Jackson, he told her that, now you want to tell me shut up, really rip your shit apart because you got nothing to respond, so you shut the fuck up. He told Melody Jackson. Yeah, he is. He told Melody Jackson because she called him from jail. This is in the Armstrong report too, and you can look it up. It's in the page too. There's a book I'm also giving guys on to this. I know you guys ain't looking at the shit, which is fine, but I just want to give you sources. He called from jail to his home. She picked up the phone, and she said, "What's going on? I know you didn't rape that woman, right?" He said, "No, I didn't rape her. Kevin fucked her. I just held her legs down." So she testified on trial in the case that he said this to her. Okay, this is 1980, of course. She thought this would help him because she thinking that way since she had sex with a woman, she didn't rape her. But you're an assailant, so that means you are culpable for the same crime. So this was actually used against him. The defense put her up to say this, and that worked against him. This was their witness, okay? You have Shabazz Heed and, goddamn, I forgot that name. He'll come to it in a second. But him and another homeboy was hanging out, and this was before he even got arrested, because the night of the incident, at the park, 5 boys got arrested. Corey Wise and Yusuf Salam did not get arrested. It was Kevin Richardson, Kevin Richardson, Steve Lopez, and Raymond Santana, and one more guy. I can't remember off the top of my head. They got arrested that same night. Okay, so 5 of the boys together.
Rufus, can I just
Yeah. Sorry, really quick.
give this man blue balls? Let him finish.
Yeah, let me finish, please. Yeah, so those boys got arrested that night, okay? Like I said, they were saying shit before they even got, found out the woman. Anyhow, between that time, Corey Wise was free. All right, he came across his homeboys, and he told them to get away from him because the streets are hot. So he had some gang affiliation. I'm not going to get to all that because it's another story. But they just got away from him. So they ran into him a little later that day and asked him what was going on. And he told them, hey, y'all know that lady got raped in the park? That was us. Now, told you how he spoke to him. And he said this to them. So how the fuck the police are causing witnesses of the family to testify against this one? Like, this doesn't make sense. The niggas did this shit. Go ahead. You gonna read something?
Oh shit, it sounds like somebody did research and somebody's just fucking arguing.
Pretty much. That's usually how it goes.
Yeah. You get the super blacks versus the dumb blacks.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, told you.
Alright, so you guys,
Thanks, Serena.
I'm trying to look, I can't find it right now. That's not true.
Dumb blacks.
Yeah, of course
even call you black girl.
That's what you call me because you're irrelevant, man. You're irrelevant.
I can tell you how you can get
You use that word wrong. It's relevant.
Cut off your balls.
Oh, but shut your fucking sloppy
Cut off
ass
your
up.
balls, you neck.
You fucking Baltic fucking state weirdo.
What you Baltic?
Fucking gay Georgian.
If this is American like you, retard.
This is real quick. This is that message point five. So when we talk about making America great again,
Are you racist? That's black girl.
Black girl because he's a black man.
Blacks cannot be racist. Is that true? Can
No, I know. He's saying you're a black man and you're racist against black women.
blacks be racist?
Wait, black girl, black people can't be black.
Black people can't be black. Okay.
They can't be black. You know what I meant.
Can black people be racist?
You fucking daywalker.
Can
Yes, they can be racist as well.
No, they didn't. Of course they can. Black people are racist all the time, every
No,
day.
I don't agree with that.
That's true.
Do you believe Nigerians peoples can be racist and Arabs?
Yes. There's
Well, if you believe that those,
Americans.
if you believe those people can
Americans
be
are
racist,
44% white, so they can be racist.
exactly.
African Americans are 24%
I was leading with that.
So yeah, I know that's how they can be racist against black African Americans.
Hold on. Black girl. If a white person owns a restaurant,
Black girls aren't white.
if a white person owns a restaurant,
She's
and only
black.
hires white. All right, Rich, go ahead. You ask. Person owns a restaurant and only hires white people because they don't want to hire black people. Are they racist?
No.
Yes.
No.
If a black person does the same thing, they're racist.
Hold up here. The Mexicans, they hire their own people. The Asians, they hire their own people. So, it is what it is. They're not racist.
I mean, if you're not in those Spanish,
Because they hire their own people.
they hire people that speak Spanish because they sell Spanish food. People that come to their establishment.
Do you honestly hear what you want
You
to
got
hear?
people at Chipotle. You got people at Dollar Tree. All these stores, they don't even speak English, and they work. Why? Because they have a Spanish manager in the back that wants to give them a job. So please.
Black girl, listen, please. You guys just hear what you want to hear and you respond. Listen. If a white person owns a restaurant, and only hires white people and black people because they're black. The only reason they don't want to hire them, they don't hire anybody else. They don't want to hire black people because they're black. Are they racist?
I just gave you the answer.
Okay.
I said no. I said no because it's like let's say I go to a Chinese place. Let's say
They don't hire anyone else. Black girl, you answer me. You're like, well, they have Spanish people in the back. No, listen. They only hire white people.
I never
Yes,
said
your answer was that they're Spanish. They hire Spanish.
I feel like certain businesses hire certain ethnicity or race just based off what's in it. Am I wrong? Restaurant, they're more prone to hire someone that's Chinese for restaurant because it's mostly based around their ethnicity. Am I wrong?
That's correct.
Even Jamaican
Yes, that is
stores.
correct.
Jamaican stores will hire mostly Jamaicans if you speak Jamaican. It goes with the feng shui of the restaurant of the business that you're selling.
Okay.
Am I wrong?
Okay.
If I go to a chicken with Waffle House,
I'll try to school my time.
Waffle House is another thing too. You might
yeah,
get some
I've never seen black people there. Or I'm
in Waffle House.
chicken and
Oh
Waffle
my
House.
God, come on.
Okay? And say, no, I get what you're saying, thanks. It's like, yeah, you go to a Mexican restaurant, you're assuming, unless it's a big chain, that you want authentic Mexican food. And no, if you see a Norwegian there and all the staff is Norwegian, you're not going to believe that it's authentic Mexican food.
Yeah, like Italian.
Oh my God.
Italian
I
restaurant.
think, Alan, you're trying to twist it a little bit. you're saying if white people only hire white people in a restaurant, and they don't want to hire black people because they don't like black people, or what is your?
Okay, that was my. Are you ready? Hold on. Let's throw the restaurant out. Just throw the restaurant out.
Okay.
Okay. A white person owns a business. They own a business, and they only hire white people. And when asked, they say, "Hey, why do you only hire white people? Why don't you hire any black people?" The owner of the business says, "I don't hire black people because I don't like black people." Are they racist?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
not racist.
They're prejudiced.
You think that's racist?
They're prejudiced. Prejudiced.
You don't think that's racist?
To not like, first of all, to be prejudiced, you have to be prejudiced against a specific. Hold on. To be prejudiced, you got to do it against a specific person.
If the name of the
I'm not racist, but there are times I'm biased toward Latinos. Okay.
God, that's
But I'm
racist.
not a racist. No, it's not. I'm biased toward Latinos
Okay, what don't you like about Latinos?
because they bullied my child and called her all kind of racist names, called her a nigger and all of that in school. So I have a right to
And that's those Latinos. Don't get me.
I know that every Latino is not like that.
Yeah, but you said
I know every Latino is not like that, but I can get biased.
Hold on. Listen to what you said. You said, "Oh, I'm biased." You just applied it to the rest of us like we're gonna do the same thing. Okay, but
Yes,
do you apply that behavior to the rest of
Or
us?
nobody else is gonna tell me something else.
That's a little weird. It's like a bunch of saying racial things, and I say, "Well, now I'm biased towards white people because they said something racist."
No.
So can I look at
I'm
you like that?
biased and I can be prejudiced toward another culture, and I can admit that. I'm not racist.
All right. Well, those group of kids sound fucked up. Don't apply their actions to everyone.
Said that. I just said I am not like that with all Latinos.
Okay.
I know
Well, why'd you use it as
there
an
are
example
great
when I
Latinos
asked
out
you?
there.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I asked you what specifically about Latinos that you don't like. You said a group of kids. Something about a group of kids, and
There are certain parents, when I did a parenting meeting, they said that they use the N-word in their family, and they just don't like black people. So there's an issue. There's an issue there. It's not just because I don't like Latinos or because some kid bullied my child. There's a history there, and
of
it is
you and those parents, right?
yes, sir, yes.
Okay. You're just telling me about how you just dealt with some racist Latinos. I read.
Yeah, Mike. In
Yeah.
terms of
So what? Latinos can't be biased toward black people or to white people? They can't be biased?
You can. I thought you were gonna actually give. No. I thought you were gonna actually give me a definite or a reason as to why, like the whole ethnicity or the whole.
That is the reason. If someone hurts your child, another culture hurts your child.
So do you feel like we don't do that? That's what I'm saying.
Feel.
So I'm saying, do we all do that?
You don't say anything. Just, you know what I mean?
All right.
Yeah, Mike, in the example you gave, if it's a
I
white
didn't even get
guy and he makes mayonnaise, yeah, you should only hire white people.
That's why I couldn't even get to the example. When you hear people say black people can't be racist, I always ask them, I'm like, white business owner, an Uber driver. A white Uber driver shows up and the person they're supposed to pick up is black, and they're like, nope, I don't let black people in my car, and they drive away. Is that white guy racist? Everyone's like, well, yeah, of course that's racist. Then I was like, well, if the black drives up, and he's a white person, they go, well, I don't let white people. Of course
Well, as a matter of fact, I was waiting on an Uber, and an Asian guy didn't pick me up. He looked, and he went on, and I said, well, that's a very good thing. You go, we take your ass on. Let me get my refill.
So I think in that case, it sounds like you're both racist. It sounds like you're both racist in that situation.
Don't you think it's kind of an
You're
insult
using
to
the
white
racist
people?
word. You're kind of using the racist.
Don't you think it's an insult to say that black people can't be racist, as if they're not the capability?
It's pretty Very racist.
When's the last time you seen a group of black people lynching white people out here in the streets? When's the last time?
We've seen
Hey, have you seen that?
Wait, when did we run evidence? That was the Jews. That was the Jews.
Yeah, but it doesn't have to be that specific. I mean, one thing I think people share.
You look up the alligator bait. The alligator bait is like
I'm not
ice
gonna
cream.
interrupt you.
That's not true.
There's no historical evidence that
Bridge, we made
babies
couches out of
alligators.
this bridge. We made couches out of this.
Just like
Yeah, like people all that's a myth too. That's not true. Yeah.
We hate
we
black
never
so
fed
much.
babies to fucking alligators. There's no evidence.
We turned their.
What do you mean there's no evidence? Are you fucking?
There's no evidence. There's not.
I mean,
Are you gonna claim that? Are you gonna claim that evidence? Yeah, I have done my research. There's no evidence that black fucking slave or white slave owners fed their fucking black babies who were slaves.
Use their hair as
others.
You know, I'll say to Hershey.
Runaways would get punished though. Anybody that was technically a runaway was
There's evidence that they fed a fucking baby. Like, so any type of
How many? First of all, you're talking about an area where they documented all the tortures that they did to black people. You're supposed to document all this.
There's no evidence.
We erased the history of
Evidence I'll never say again ever. So we're supposed to.
It is extremely logical for a slave master to take a black baby and feed it to an alligator.
Why the fuck would you? It'd be like me taking my car and just going out and fucking like destroying it, like just bashing my car for
It's
no
like
reason.
on the way LeBron James or Michael Jordan, like a baby, a slave baby was like the most valuable because you had all that time. So
You really had to make it black, didn't you?
Wow.
You guys did. I'm not pitiful, I'm logical. I'm just putting the emphasis on the fact that it's so logical to think that someone will take a black baby and give it to an alligator when you can fucking get anything to an alligator. You should throw anything in the water that's gonna bite it. So this is stupid.
Yeah, no,
You don't really baby to an alligator. You know, this is insane. But we're so here to do this that we would say stupid shit like that. Like white children that's used to be black men. No, yeah, I know another idiot white person is fine. Like the belief that white slave masters used to rape black men is stupid as fuck. Like honestly, like it's taboo for white people to openly have. Listen. It was taboo for white people to have sex with black people because it was considered basically animals. But let alone gay bestiality, like that's two taboos in one. Like that's fucking dumb. And then to not only do it, but to do it publicly. Like, that's another myth. You research this, you'll find that no evidence in that.
Are you gonna sit up here and say?
I said men, not black women. They definitely did that. But we're talking about men. They did not rape black men.
They did both.
Blacks did not rape black men. They did not rape black men. Stupid. It happens for us as black people to
probably so like in the back.
No, Jesus Christ. There was no butt breaking in the sense of where they took black men and put them in display and raped them publicly. That's not a thing. That's what butt breaking is.
Even if a white back in the day, if a white lady was to ever conceive a black child, you know what they do to that white lady? They would like beat the shit out of her until she.
That's they would kill the man. Yeah, the man would die too. Yeah, they would kill. They would maybe 200.
What they would do is lie and say that the guy raped her.
So like the U.S. Could you tell me like
That was in the movies.
Good morning to the dominant white race.
Stupid.
How you doing?
Good morning.
how can you guys say that black people are racist? This is just
So what y'all crackers talking about this morning?
you know how we can say we move our
Oh, are they talking about their stuff?
We're disagreeing. No. We're disagreeing.
black people can be racist. That's how we know they can't be the way speak.
Damn, white people have no decorum. Maybe you crackers talking to me.
Pierre, do you believe black people can be racist?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, thanks. That's all we're saying. We're just.
Yeah, let me get my races on. I'm racist as fuck.
We all got
They be trying to say, oh, you could never be racist because it's systematic. Bitch, you don't get.
But now the real question is, who's better at it?
I'll tell you this. You never
Well, they are better at it. They got a monopoly on the race.
Okay? That's the number one fact. You never seen a whole race of black people and white people. Where the fuck are you from, bitch?
Where are you from, bitch? I just know it's a trailer park somewhere. You a A-Mile, bitch? I know it's a trailer park. And I know it's definitely back in your blood. Where you from? You from the suburbs?
No, I'm from our.
Well, you taught white people how to slave. You were the first ones that showed them that. So you can't talk.
Right, yeah, wake it up. Yeah, suicide bombing ass nigga.
Yeah.
No, bro, I'm not.
You never get on a Delta flight with that nigga.
No, I'm strong in being
That nigga say, I'm getting the fuck off.
Yeah, you was doing it way before the white people.
Oh, God, yeah, Arab ass slaver nigga.
We are good people.
Nigga, y'all fucking private fuck 12-year-olds and shit. That shit is weird.
I mean, sure.
That shit weird as
I'm
fuck.
showing we invented algebra.
Oh, nah, nigga, you Indian, you doing the head bobble shit.
No, I'm not Indian. I'm from.
Nah, nigga, I think you Indian, nigga.
Hey, don't.
Oh, fuck them crackers. That's crazy. We in America, goddammit. Yeah, nigga, you gonna blow your face off, bitch. Don't come through with that suicide vest bullshit, nigga. We'll blow your shit off. I'm just saying, nigga, we the most armed country in the world.
Bitches the norm.
Right now.
Man, nigga, we got more straps than anybody. You got guns like that, nigga?
Oh, wait,
Oh, God.
You said a citizen, my fault.
Frank, ਕੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ? Frank, what are you talking about?
It's just ironic if you all want to throw up, can black people be racist? Why are you asking me that? Because white people are racist?
Very sad, white are racist.
I mean, everybody is
You know white
included.
people are racist.
Everybody is included in being racist. If you exclude yourself,
Yes, I'm prejudiced. I'm not racist.
no. We're not talking about bias, racism, actual racism.
I'm not racist.
We're not talking
That's
about
what
it.
I'm telling you.
But we're
I'm
not
not
talking about
racist at all.
White people are
congratulations, you're not racist. We're not talking about it.
Thank you.
Why would they be racist? It makes sense.
I'm not talking to you either. This is just random.
I'm not talking to you.
white people are the best people in the world.
You're not talking to me. I'm not talking to you.
Oh boy.
Why are you muting
Go fix the slurping machine.
people? Are you afraid of me? Yeah, you really sound Indian.
Are you afraid he might blow something up out of proportion?
Fine, what are you talking about?
I'm trying to have your side.
What are you trying to have?
I'm just trying to help you.
In what thing?
What thing?
In which thing you are trying to help me?
Don't understand.
In what you are trying to help me?
In what?
You are trying to help me.
Yeah, I want to help you.
In which thing?
In which team? I don't understand what thing.
He wants to help you, Abu.
How help me?
Well, we're trying to help you now. We're trying to pass this deal to open the Strait of Hormuz. You from where?
I'm from Meru.
Francais? You from France?
No, I'm from Maroc.
Maroc.
Uh-huh.
You have the Canadian flag. I would have thought you spoke French.
No, I'm living in Canada right now. Basically, I'm from Maroc.
Comment tu vas, thanks? Comment tu vas, thanks?
Ça va. Comment est ton nom?
Voilà.
Est-ce que tu parles français?
Oui.
Ah, c'est bon, mon ami. I want to.
Why is someone looking at me right now?
These people think. These people these people were criticizing the Arab people. Don't know why they hate Arab people.
No, we didn't say that. We said that Arabs introduced slavery to the Europeans, and then they got it from y'all. So I said that's why y'all not in the clear just yet. But let's ask him this question: do you believe black people can be racist?
No, black people are the best people in the world.
No. I heard your response. I'm asking the guy, Stevens.
Who's Stevens?
The guy that was just speaking first to you.
Moi.
Okay. Do you believe that black people can be racist?
Explain the logic behind this. Are black people human beings? Yes. Can they behave differently toward a different race? Yes. So they can be racist. Yes or no?
No.
Look, I'm Italian. Wait. I'm European. I'm tired of this.
And I double know.
They're allergic to logic, bro. They're allergic to logic.
You people are the best people.
See, no, you're right.
The logic in survival. You have to actually be able to affect someone's life in order for you to be racist.
Okay, so Alan, let me ask you this question. So the rednecks that live in trailer parks that are one of the most in America, they don't have any power to really do anything, so they can't be racist. They're just prejudiced people that just hate blacks. The hate that they have for blacks, it's not racism, it's just prejudice. That's what you're telling me.
Yeah, but see, you're forgetting that
What am I forgetting?
all white people benefit from
Are you from China?
even if they don't participate in it directly.
So how would, okay. So pardon me, because you have white people from Italy, you have white people from and don't have those same benefits. So please explain to me that how they're benefiting off of everyone else and not the white people, because it sounds like they're benefiting from the lower class versus an individual race.
You're brilliant, Alan.
Yeah, but see, things what you're forgetting is there's this amorphous, magical thing that's in the air that so that even those white trailer trash, even they still have benefits of being white. You just.
What's the benefits?
What's the benefits? Oh,
Yes.
they don't. Oh, for example, if they get pulled over by the police, they don't get shot. And
That's not a benefit, bro. That's not credible.
well, and you're forgetting about the free money that the government gives all white.
What free money? If they can answer the question on the room. What free money? You mean EBT that you got to pay off later? That's not free money.
No, we get free money from the government.
What free money?
I was supposed to tell them.
Are you Chinese?
Hold on. What free money? You acting like it comes from your deposit. Where? What are you talking about?
I don't believe anything I'm saying.
He's asleep.
Dylan asked the question.
Alan,
I don't believe anything.
I have a question for you.
Yes.
Alan, I have a question for you.
Yes.
You know pyramids?
Who built the pyramids? Painters.
What?
They weren't slaves.
Bullshit, white people built this.
It was the Jews. The Jews built
White
the
people built
pyramids.
it.
How come they
And
built
it was-
pyramids?
And they
Bring
were
me the
paid
technique.
workers.
Bring me a technique.
At the end of it, you're gonna have to talk to
Slaves was
somebody off Clubhouse for this question.
The Jews were the
These
slaves.
people in here just don't, they're just, mind is fucked up. Like, I've actually sat with some white people, and and they have told me that they felt privileged, that they are privileged.
Why is you
So, you're gonna have to talk to a group of people that have
See,
logic.
things that are wrong. Like, it's not like what you want to hear. The fucking liberals. Y'all are.
They're just telling you what you want to hear or what they think you want to hear because they're too
So I don't think so. Because I didn't ask her to tell me anything. She told me on her own in a group. We were in a group setting. So nobody heard. I don't think.
How did they tell you you were privileged? I have a question for Alan.
Privilege for black people.
Are you black? Why are you looking for long?
She told me, and she asked me what she could do to help me.
So, just real quick, I think that black people can do anything they put their minds to, and if they want to be racist, Sam Rosen, king of the midwits. Hey, what's up?
Mike, you're
So my question was for Alan.
Mike, your own family doesn't
Alan,
thinking of
I have a question for you.
Sam's super.
Alan, shut your mouth.
Go ahead, Matt. Where are you asking that?
No, I was asking Alan that your own family doesn't think
Which
you're
one?
privileged.
Which one?
Who's speaking right now? I think it's an idiot. Family doesn't say you have privilege too? What's going on?
No, they don't.
What kind of family do you have? Holy shit.
Oh man, they didn't let me on the secret. The only people that tell me I'm privileged are the black people. They say I got white privilege everywhere I go.
What is it that
They constantly remind me of it.
that white
I get constantly reminded all the time by white people the N-word.
Damn, you're literally the worst person on this app.
If you
I told you not to address me.
Who's saying?
Wait, your name's Sam? I was talking to Beef. His name's Sam Rosen. These are the word. You guys did IQ of a potato.
supper.
Yeah.
See, when you hear about all, I still didn't hear an answer about how white people, what a white person can do than a black person can do.
Arithmetic. I don't know who you asked.
Black. She said her friend told her that she felt privileged.
Yeah, was that a white friend?
I don't think she can talk right now. She has
You never pay attention. You just throw out bull.
Black, was that a white friend?
I said I was in a group.
Oh, group.
And that's what the lady told me.
Was it a white group or a black group? Like, I don't understand.
It was a mixed group. It was white, black,
Yes, I understand.
mostly white, but there was black and there was Asian.
Did she
Here, somebody yelled some
what I'm asking you is, did she say, with any specifics, how she was privileged, what she could do that a black person couldn't do? The answer was no. She just said, I feel privileged more than black.
Yeah, you have to pay attention. It started out really, I don't want to go through the whole shebang, but it started out, a white guy called this Asian lady Oriental. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, you're not giving.
Thank you, Sam.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is.
No, I'm going to get interrupted, so that's the reason, okay?
I'm glad you gave your name.
In any event, there isn't anything a white person can do that a black person.
Is it short for Samantha?
Man, leave her alone.
I was just asking.
Rich. Rich.
What's that, thanks?
We were in a room and you were talking to some Islamists and you were saying all the.
Oh, I said which time?
And Muhammad did.
Yeah, he sucked his pants on his penis.
Did he get tagged by another man or did he?
Ali Al-Zid, man, yeah.
So somebody stuck his dick in.
No, a group of black African guys that were living.
One mic on the nigga in the corner.
Wait,
One mic on the nigga in the corner.
The one that spells his name Dylan wrong?
One night on the nigga in the corner, man. Go ahead.
That's funny as shit.
Let him sing. Go ahead. Dylan.
Mary had a little lamb, Mary had a little lamb, Mary had a little
Hey, you did
lamb
this.
born.
You
Mary
gotta
had a little lamb, Mary had
learn the song first.
No, the better shit. He goes into the.
I know the song. Muhammad is a pedophile, because Muhammad is a piece of shit, because Muhammad is a child molester, and so is all the Muslims.
Oh my God.
Don't do it. No, Alan, to answer your question, Muhammad got fucked by a group of the Al-Zid. Look up Muhammad and the Al-Zid. Or Muhammad and the Night Train is actually what they call it.
Okay, well, here's the thing. Mary had a little sheep, and with the sheep she went to sleep. The sheep turned out to be a ram. Mary had a little lamb.
Boo!
I thought it was a jazz album. And it was actually a black.
Your great, your dead Albanian or Armenian grandmother hates you.
Why are you saying that's so random?
Hey, look, fuck all that shit. I'm about to read.
Can black people be racist? The answer is obviously yes. I'm a black person. I'm fully black.
And can
I still think that a lot of black people are racist against whites. I would actually be against. There are more black people racist against whites than there are whites racist against black people. I'm black, and I would put money against that.
I agree with you, and it's not even close.
And black is why we're we live up to the best.
It's black fatigue for the white people. Incan, how do you feel about hip holes, Incan?
And there's a white
please, well, this is the type of movement we're all like reasonable.
Like that's
Incan, can you tell us how you feel about pit bulls?
They should be raped.
Oh my God.
What's the best pit bull?
Nah, see, bestiality.
Incan, what is the best
Bestiality is not even a cool puppy.
Shut up, bro. You see, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I'm listening.
What do you say? People, that's your question.
And I'm not researched enough to make that claim specifically. All I'm saying is that black people are super racist against white people, according to what I see on social media. And I'll say it again. I have the hiccups. I would bet money that there are more black people that are racist against whites than there are whites against blacks nowadays.
I wonder if any data on that.
in that
Well, anybody who present it, I'd be interested.
Hold on, I have a question. I have a question. First, TT, is that you on your profile picture?
Yes, it's me.
Okay, just make
You like my smile?
You're smiling?
Yeah.
My question was, with black fatigue now being something that's a trend,
Yeah.
do you think black fatigue is racism or close to it?
I actually think that's a good question. So, black fatigue, the way that I understand it, excuse my hiccups, I'm sorry, but the way that I understand it is that it's on white people, it's people that are reacting to stereotypes. And I actually am a person that is in favor of certain stereotypes. So, for example, I don't think there is such thing as quote unquote the black community. There is no such thing as fucking that. Because the black community, there is no such thing. It's either you're a fucking nigga, which is usually on some good shit, like you live in the fucking hood, you're a fucking gangster, you're gang banging, you ain't shit about shit, and everybody knows what the fucking nigga is. Or you're somebody that's in like the lower to the middle to the upper middle class, and you're trying to make a living, you're a regular black person. There's a difference. So when we're talking about black fatigue, we're talking about we are only does that include white people, that also includes the people that I just mentioned, the lower to middle to upper middle class blacks. Black people that are normal people are also tired of the nigga blacks. It's not a race thing, I promise you. It's a class thing. And that's I land.
Yeah, but I agree with you, TC. However, here's the distinction. And I'm not saying you do this, but I see this all the time. The upper classes of the feel like they have to stick together. Instead of condemning those behaviors, they will stick up for them. Whereas in a white community, it's like we call the lower classes white trash. We call them rednecks, and they get ostracised for it.
Okay, so I'd be willing to accept what you're saying, but
Hold on, TC. Shout out to them Crips, nigga.
Okay,
We're
cool.
rolling over here, nigga.
About the fake niggas, but so Alan, I feel what you're saying, like cool, but I also think that would also be a talking point for people that are not involved in what's actually.
Yes. For example, you have a statue going up to George Floyd. Now, there was also a case of a white man who got a knee to the neck and who died. White people are like, oh well, it can register. We're not trying to protect the lower class whites. If somebody gets shot by the police, we figure the fool had it coming, and we move on with our day.
I wasn't clear. That's probably my mistake. I wasn't clear in the question that I was asking. When I said examples, I was more so clear, meaning, could you give me examples of high-class blacks excusing the actions of low-class blacks?
Like, ever since I've been on Clubhouse, or you have influential people in the black community, like...
That's what I'm asking for, those specifics.
Yeah, like Jesse Jackson or Al Sharpton.
He's not relevant again. He's not relevant nowadays, I'm telling you.
Well,
somebody in the community now.
Yeah, well, I didn't say now.
What did you think I was talking about?
Well, those now, they want someone now.
I'm not talking about 30 years ago, right? Of course. Yeah. I thought that was understood.
Yeah, so with whoever, the whole surrounding the Carmelo case, as an example, whoever they had.
Do you consider that current?
I guess you don't.
How long ago was that? How many years?
What, Carmelo Anthony?
Yes, sir.
What was it, 6 months, a year?
I'm pretty sure it was like 3 years ago.
Why is it so
2 years ago.
Why is it so important to you that I give you a current example?
Because that's the easiest thing for everybody to kind of acquiesce to in terms of relations. But it is not super important that it has to be 2026. I'm just saying it can't be 19, you know? Like, that's all I'm saying.
Well,
give me some examples.
Al was in the news recently, wasn't he?
I'm unfamiliar. I don't really follow the news.
Yeah, I forget. He was either with Carmelo Anthony or now he's part of that group with Wells.
Yeah, he was like arguing on his behalf. Yes, sir. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
We even fit that example because until we hear otherwise, you know, it's most likely he drowned. What is coming up is the narrative. Oh, we have to, you know, we're looking for transparency because this happened in the South, and the South has a long history of overlooking crimes against black people.
So we're switching a little bit, right? We're switching from Carmelo to the guy that drowned. Now I'll be.
No, I'm not switching. I'm pointing out I'm actually admitting that the example I gave you was kind of weak because I don't see them, even though that was made racial, I don't see that as the same as Carmelo Anthony.
That's fair. And I was just going to admit that I don't really know any facts about the drowning guy. Like, I don't know.
He's saying is
I haven't looked into that like I looked into the Carmelo
Yes.
all my own saying.
yeah, he's saying is different in that way. But Alexander, are you there? I don't know if you're by your mic.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, what do you make of the title?
I agree with everything the brother just said before me. Yes, obviously black people can be racist. When we try to act like we can't be racist, right? And blah blah blah, just so that they can say can't be racist. Of course. So yeah, of course. It's fucking laughable. It's literally laughable.
And TC, did you watch the Chris Rock special?
Give me an example of a black person.
I try to stay away from what's mainstream.
Hold on. Give me an example of a black person being racist.
What's the
Give
third
me an
one?
example.
Yeah, which
Black people saying you should only vote for Biden because if you're black and you don't vote for Biden, any black person that would parrot that, which did happen those times, trust me, I was in those communities. Calling white people crackers or pale or
No.
I gave she asked for an example. I gave
Where
an
a
example.
black person is being racist. Show me an act.
Show you
An
what? A what?
Give me an act where a black person.
An act. ACT. Is that what you're saying?
Hey, what about when you stabbed that white girl on the train?
No, I'm serious. I didn't hear her correctly. Did she say she's asking for an act? Yeah, she wants like a law. She wants like a law, but she can't give a law of white people. Because it's in law 1955. Wait a minute. Black, are you being serious or are you just kind of being funny?
You're not ready.
Are you being serious or funny?
I'm being serious. Give me an act.
Are you asking because you believe it's not possible?
An act. A crime.
yeah, that's her claim. Yeah.
I'm asking. Take it how you want to take it, brother.
Affirmative action. I'm asking for your reasoning. It's not unreasonable for me to ask for your reasoning. DEI shit. No. Please, nobody else interject. Black, I just asked you a question. It's not rhetorical. Are you asking because you believe it's not possible?
I'm one of those that believes that black people be racist. Yes, I am.
It broke up a little bit. I'm not trying to be difficult, but are you saying that you just said, I believe that black people can't be racist? Is that what you just said?
I think she said she
I just said that.
like prejudice.
Okay, it's breaking up a little bit. That's all I'm saying. I'm just trying to get clarification. That's fine. And there's nothing wrong. Nothing wrong with that, Black. I'm just trying to get clarification of what you said.
Yeah,
because I don't want to accuse you of some shit you may say.
I'm not gonna lie. I can be prejudiced and biased. Yes, I can.
Yeah, you just don't think black people can be. Got you. So with that being said, what is your definition of racist? I mean, that's a direct question to you, Black.
My definition basically goes systematically. So basically, you have never seen the whole race of black people lynching white people. Okay? You have never seen black people throw people in a fence. Okay? You've never seen black people up here where there's laws against Caucasian people. Okay? That's what I'm talking about.
So what I'm saying is, if me and you are standing outside right now, we're right next to each other, and we got two white men in front of us, right? And I say to you, one is racist and one is not. Like, what am I telling you? That what is the distinction? Like, that's what I'm not getting. Like, if one it makes him racist.
His beliefs.
Such as?
I'm not going to go here and break it down.
Okay, all right. So, I
racist for you. I didn't want to say black thinks racist is X, Y, Z. I didn't want to put words in your mouth. But if you're refusing to define what racism is, that's all we can do.
Hey, Mike, came out, Mike.
Do you feel me? Am I being unreasonable in my logic?
No, she gets it. Mike,
No, I'm asking her though.
No, you're good. She doesn't want to talk.
You don't speak for her though.
Yeah, I do.
He speaks for you, Black?
Mike.
Yeah, he
I'm
does.
asking Black.
He does sometimes.
Oh, damn. Y'all must be like that. Okay.
I
My fault. I didn't know he ran it like that.
Yeah.
Shout out to you, Doctor.
I run it like that. Okay. Mike, what did you say? You came off Mike.
Damn, he got her on a lot.
What's that?
She asked for an action of like.
Yeah, nah, she don't lock. She don't need nothing else. Let's move on.
Houdini. What's going on, man? What's going on? What do you make of the title? Where are you at on the title?
Yeah, it's almost like an assaultive question. You know what I'm saying? It's like something you would teach somebody at elementary school. Of course, blacks would be racist or prejudiced. Because the fundamental ingredient of being racist is being prejudiced. England, South Africa. Was that South Africa? No. Well, yeah, because we talking about two different categories.
Yo, Donald, get your bitch in check, bro. She don't even have time.
Like an asshole.
You gotta get her in.
Interrupt Houdini. People.
Yeah, exactly. Don't interrupt.
Quiet, TC. Quiet.
Yeah.
Okay. Houdini, go ahead.
Yeah, so, which part of Africa was this? Rwanda. Take, for instance, the Tutsis and the Hutus. She was just mentioning, essentially institutional power. Like, she's never seen black folks essentially wield institutional power to prevent someone from living in a certain area or attending a certain public space or setting. But black folks have done it to other black folks. In the case of Hutus and the Tutsis, you had an all country and two ethnic groups weren't seeing eye to eye. So one engaged in behavior that was no different from what the white man put African Americans through in this country. They attacked them wherever they seen them. It's actually a bit more senseless what they did in Africa. They, beheaded folks and just murdered them indiscriminately. So yes, there are black people that can leverage institutions to persecute another group simply on behalf of, beliefs they hold about this group. I don't even think this should be like a long conversation, but to answer your question, that's where I stand.
About Africa. I'm talking about people in the United States.
Just listen to that voice.
Okay.
Get the fuck up out of here, bro. Like me.
Okay. States.
Why wouldn't we?
Whilst I support the Nation of Islam, right, and what they represent, frankly speaking, they're a racist organization. They promote the belief that the white man is the devil incarnate. Now, I once heard that an organized lie always beats the disorganized truth, and a good lie will always have some element of truth in it. So, they've taken a lot of different elements of truth throughout history and used it as something to their argument that the white man is the devil incarnate. But essentially, they promote that the black man's God, right? That they are superior to the white man. And, they have a whole curriculum supporting why they believe this. So, if you want to talk about racism from black folk, that is it right there. There's an inherent belief in your superiority.
What I'm talking about is an act that they have done. That's a belief. They believe that. They may believe that. But what have they done to white people?
Okay, so what you're talking about doesn't meet the criteria of of the definition of, hold on, definition of racism. You yourself said earlier, right, when you were responding to, who was it, TC? He mentioned two white individuals standing and outlined what that means for him. And you said, well, what makes him racist is his beliefs, right? So you know, as evidenced by what you said earlier, that your beliefs are what make you racist. But I just want to address like the perspective he's coming from. Ben Shapiro, whom I'm not a fan of, but nonetheless, he an intellectual. He put the bed. Like he had a debate with some black. Of course, you know, I'm rooting for my own people, but they got fucking obliterated. Like no bullshit. It wasn't even a debate for real, for real. Long story short, though, they came from the same perspective you came from. Like, somewhere post the 60s era, I think it was the Panthers that came up with this definition. Like, as to, like, what you're saying or the angle you're coming from when you communicate this, right? But there are a demographic of black people that believe this. We can be prejudiced, sure, but if we don't have the power to, you know, be consequential in our prejudice as white folks, we're not really racist, because in what way do we actually affect your livelihood? This, you know, idea, right, only makes sense within that small demographic. But if you're talking about objective definitions, not constructs made with, you know, people aren't going to be able to understand what you're saying. They're going to think you're stupid and, you know, you're just an unintelligent individual. So I think that context is worth mentioning whenever you talk to people that don't subscribe to, say, Black Power culture. That way, you know, they don't misjudge you or take you to be like a mentally deficient individual. But yeah, I'll rest my case on that.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but you know, I don't have the highest IQ, but I'm definitely not a low IQ.
Do you rest your neck on that?
Yeah, I understand. You know, you came at me with respect, and I thank you for that.
Very nice. Good exchange there. Dizzle, are you there? And then the other one, the no name, what your name is. Either you two. I think you broke up. Anyways, check the title. Let me know if you want to respond.
Anyways, I'm back. Obviously, black people can be racist. Are we still debating this shit? Does anybody have the negative? Does anybody think that black people can't be racist? Is there one person?
There's okay,
so
you're in bad shape, Dizzle. You're really bad. Okay, try Nick. TC was the Dizzle guy.
Oh.
Or whatever, I can't.
The point is, black people can be racist. Is there anybody arguing the opposite? Not one person? So why is this the title? We should switch the title. This is such an obvious title. Everybody agrees. If everybody agrees black people can be racist, like, it's not a good title.
Not everybody, because not everybody asks a question.
So you're a mess. Holy shit.
Who is not everybody black? You're making the claim that not everybody is. So who's the person that doesn't agree?
I don't know. They haven't seen my fight.
Because ain't nobody disagree. What the fuck? You're making up shit.
Put it down. Don't address me. Don't address me.
You're literally making up shit. Shut the fuck up.
Bottom line.
This bitch is so
I think,
anyways,
Anyways,
let's change the title then. If everybody disagrees, let's change the title.
Disrespectful man.
Disrespectful man.
Char, are you there even? Char? Oh, no, he's hot around.
Ain't nobody here. It's 3 a.m. Everybody sleep. Change the fucking title. Change the title to
Here?
people can't be racist. That would get more people in here.
Yeah, but come on, bro. Like,
am I right or wrong with marketing?
Oh no, in terms of marketing, you get.
Of course, nigga, that was my degree. That's what I meant, nigga. Like, that would get more people in here. Because I put on there, black people are the most racist. Gotta get them out. Yeah, that's even better.
It's like,
we're not saying we agree. We're just saying these are good titles to rage bait niggas into the room.
Right. Oh yeah, I'm not saying you agree either, but I feel like we should talk about something like that got a little more subject.
Yeah, all right, let's talk about some real shit. All right, cool. Lead it off.
I mean, I was making a suggestion, but I ain't really have an idea in mind.
Well, think of some better idea than are black people racist, which has no bearing on humanity.
Okay. This is something I was thinking about earlier. I don't really got like a title.
I apologize, nigga. Just say what's on your mind, bro. We fucking with you.
No doubt. You know, apologies extended, but I can't put it in a nutshell for y'all, but I'm gonna just tell y'all some of my earlier thoughts. So, I wrote a song that's basically a tribute to some would deem a domestic terrorist, right? His name was Micah. Yeah, his name was Micah Xavier Johnson. This guy, as a result of a bunch of black people getting shot and some would say overrepresentation by the media, right, decided to go out to a protest one day full of police officers and shoot about 16 of them. Long story short, he gets assassinated, but he's like the super pro-black individual, and I was just wondering to myself, like, okay, how would this song be received? And, you know, of course, folks would accuse me of supporting terrorism and, you know, question my morals, etc. And then I thought about, like, white folks who, you know, love their ancestors that supported the Confederacy, right? Like, you know, their hero are our villains, what they come from. And I guess it just brought me to the conclusion that maybe I do support, you know, white folks embracing their ancestry, even if their history happens to be something that inconvenienced my people. So I don't know how we would like give that, you know, a concise title, you know, but that was my thoughts earlier. Like, should we support white people being able to, you know, love on their Confederate ancestors and some of their racist forefathers who laid the groundwork for the country that they get to enjoy at present?
You talking about 2016 Dallas, right?
Yep.
So for me, I'm a conspiracy ass nigga. So when I look at shit like this, I look at it like this nigga had some shit and niggas needed to fucking kill this nigga because of what he had. So I'm probably not the right nigga to talk about with this. Or maybe I am the point about that situation.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to formulate, like some kind of concise title. I guess it would be, should we allow people to embrace terrorists from their culture? That's the best I could come up with.
I think I know what you're trying to get at. I don't agree with the way the question is asked, but I think I know what you're trying to get at. So it's like, correct me if I'm wrong. If a nigga is on some, like, if a nigga does some terrorist type shit.
Yeah, it's along the lines.
Similar, right?
Definitely.
Okay, I kind of get what you're getting at. Does anybody else want to chime in? Like, is anybody else awake? I guess not.
Like, if I'm a German, right? Let's say in Israel.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, I love these topics. Yeah, keep going.
And
get the fuck up, nigga.
his, son and my extended relatives, they were all Nazis, right? And
War Nazi culture.
Yeah, that's my culture. Maybe they sent Jews off to the gas chamber, but they supported the Nazi party.
They're the opposition. I got you.
Right. Should I be allowed to love Hitler free of consequences?
Yes. The answer is yes, but the niggas that are in their feelings will say no.
In a functional democracy.
In a functional democracy, to letter to the T, the answer is yes, unequivocally.
Okay, so if that's the case, right? If the central, it's definitely Central Park, and the James Mayer, who basically sexually assaulted a bunch of black women and used them as lab rats, right? Of course,
I'm familiar.
Black people. Yeah, we weren't viewed as our female counterpart. Now,
right?
At the expense of course, a bunch of black lives, went on to actually treat diseases, right? And there's a statue of him in Central Park. Should you?
1,000%, yes.
Why should you be against that statue?
From what you just described. It's self-explanatory.
Okay, but despite the fact that, he, let's say, harmed your people in some way, right? To other people, he represents, the furtherance of medicine and the betterment of the community. It may not have been your community, but that's ultimately what he did for some, even if it was an inconvenience to your own. Like you just said, we should be able to embrace Hitler, right?
Yeah.
So if that's the case, why not embrace James Marion Sims and leave his statue in front of Central Park?
That's a great question. I appreciate your line of questioning, and I hope you appreciate my line of answering, because I'm very. I take every word carefully. So, if somebody brings good to the world, if we can look in a world, he invented XYZ invention, and that invention saved lives, or it made everybody's life better, or whatever the case is, and you again, excuse my hiccups, you cross-examine that with whatever negatives you want to attribute to that person, then yes, I think it's a real come to a conclusion of, well, his good outweighed his bad. And I think that's what this case is.
Okay. I still feel like I'm getting an inconsistency from you. Do you feel the same way about Hitler?
So if you're looking for consistency, it's not like I'm trying to hide it, but I do want us to get on the same page. So you don't sound like the type of nigga that's trying to do a gotcha thing. So I'm willing to continue this of Hitler, because let's not kid ourselves. It's not like Hitler did no good. It's not like Hitler was, he just was spawned from hell. He did nothing but evil. He had to have done some good to be elected the leader of his own country. So if you were able to tell me all the good he did to be able to,
based on what I'm gathering, whether you feel it's okay for people to embrace what might be deemed evil figures from their culture is based on whether their good outweighed their evil. But what if the good that he did, right, was only good exclusive to his community, but an inconvenience to everyone else's, or a particular community? Wouldn't it, be subjective to call that thing a good? It's only good.
Of course it's subjective, yes. Of course. The entire exercise that we're doing is subjective. Yes, of course it's subjective. So what I'm saying is, you would need to describe to me, this is what Hitler did good, A, B, C, D, E, F, G.
this is what Hitler did bad, X, Y, Z, blah, 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 blah. And I would, in turn, tell you, well, I think this outweighs this, and here's my opinion on him. That's how it would go.
For a quick clarification here, I just want to make sure, Houdini, the original thought exercise, correct me if I'm wrong, I thought you were asking, should we be okay with the direct ancestors of the bad people being allowed to appreciate?
A whole different question, though. I'm sure you guys would agree.
I thought that's what he was asking. Like, if there's Germans that appreciate what Hitler's done, should we be okay with the Germans being okay with that?
That's a way different question. But if that's what he meant to ask, I would answer it. But that's a way different question than what he asked.
That's what I thought he was saying.
No, I didn't think that what he's saying at all.
All right. To Mike, you definitely like right in the ballpark. Like, you know, being okay with something isn't the same as practicing said thing. So, you know, if that's their thoughts that this was okay, I don't think that should be criminalized unless, you know, we're going to the United Kingdoms. But what I was trying to get at, the whole culture of, like, say, white folks down south embracing their Confederate ancestry. You know, the Confederates literally wanted to enslave black people. That's an inconvenience back in the day. But from the perspective of that white Southern person, their ancestors were fighting to protect their cause, their property, their rights, their interests. So whilst their ancestors did a good on their behalf, right? The people who were inconvenienced their ancestors' work would, of course, interpret the very same actions, defending slavery, defending the right to turn people into property, as a bad. Now, despite you seeing it as a bad, should those people be allowed to embrace or, you know, take pride in their heritage, even if history,
the answer is yes,
is an inconvenience to you?
Yes.
Okay, so if that's the case, you said no earlier.
Wait, what?
I don't know if you're losing track, but literally,
I don't remember ever saying a statue should be torn down, but if what you took from what I said was that a statue should be torn down, then obviously either I misspoke or you misconstrued what I said.
All right, well, let's.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
It's good exchange.
I never said a statue should be torn down.
Good exchange. Good exchange.
Yeah, so I don't know where you got that from.
Mickey, were you there, Mickey?
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you make of the title? Where are your thoughts on that?
I have some thoughts, but just let me listen a little longer.
No worries, take your time.
Okay. Look, I think we all agree that black people can be racist. It's a matter of what does that even mean to you? Like, I don't think anybody on stage thinks, no, it's impossible for black people to be racist. I don't think anybody has that ideology.
I think that.
Correct me if I'm wrong, though.
Yeah, Bima, I think, might disagree.
You said who?
Bima.
Look, Bima. Oh, Bima, I see it. Okay, Bima,
Yeah.
do you disagree?
I do.
You think black people can't be racist?
No, I think black people could be racially prejudiced, but I don't think that they could be racist. Thank you.
What do you think this is?
Oh, that's a good question. So we have to understand the definitions of racism.
Yeah, words now.
Well, no, we're just understanding because there's what racism is. There's things to it's called. There's meat to it, right?
I'm just looking at the title, baby. It doesn't say can black people be institutionally racist.
Well, it's like this. It's like you look at deeper into a word. So we have
like cisgender, for example. For example, cisgender. Some people think that means something. Some people don't. Like words, you can make up a word, and just because you mean something doesn't mean it actually. So like racism, like It's just one type of racism. Exactly. Racism is racism. There is no like multiple types.
You should just let her hang herself. Like,
Maybe I'm not anybody's side. I'm just trying to say that there is no multiple types of racism. Racism is racism. Like, let's not make up words. I'm not even saying she is. I'm just saying there's only one type of racism. Racism.
I feel a vibe from you that you just talking.
That's you, bro. That's your opinion.
What do you mean?
Who I am. Not everybody feels that way. So my
opinion on display. You're saying I'm on her side, yet you're arguing the contrary to her. You on her side. You're just talking to talk.
You're absolutely right to call that out. You're absolutely right. I'm glad that you out as a logical nigga, which I respect, which most niggas are not.
So, Beamer, how do you respond?
But most niggas are not like that. Most niggas are just whatever. They just say whatever. So what I'm saying is, like, racism, there is no multiple racism things.
Bro, just let her chat.
Like, you're saying, you're talking for her. Aren't you?
Bro,
That's what I'm saying. Like, let her talk. So you're saying let her talk, I'm saying let her talk, we're both saying let her talk, and both of us talking. Alright, exactly. Alright, so let's let her talk.
So, I disagree. I think there's different under racism. So there's interpersonal racism where somebody else and says, okay, look, depending on what you look like, I'm going to be racially right. Then there's the institutional racism, and that's when we have where there's legislation, government, and then there's policies that are legislated that are specifically built to oppress and disadvantage racial rights. So it can't be legislated anymore. Well, okay, then I would ask you to point to a law on the books.
I will eventually. My bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, no. And if you do, you understand that it is going to be unconstitutional, right? Because we already established that the practices, the legislative practices. Okay, now we have structural racism, which I believe the United States is still fighting. This is where we have racial inequality that's produced through the old institutions, the former institution of racial prejudices through relation. That's now the structure still there, so the outcome's the same, but it's just not in writing anymore. So we still have the racial. Okay.
Yeah, let me help you.
Okay, so those are the three. So those are the three types of racism. So we have racial prejudice. We know what that is. Anybody could be racially prejudiced, right? And then we have
everybody's racially prejudiced.
Okay, Beamer.
Really?
Yeah, I would.
One question for you. One question, please.
I think that's definitely projection, and I'm sorry that you feel that way.
No, that's fair. But I appreciate your breakdown. I think that was a very intelligent breakdown. Thank you for that.
Use your neck, TC.
Bro, it was between me and her. It had nothing to do with you. Go ahead. You got it, bro. Hey, look. I'm not even trying to troll you, bro. I respect your intelligence as well. I think you're a smart nigga. Like, I fuck with you. So, let's not be on some, like, bad terms, on some, like, we're trying to, like, we're not smart. So, I just understand that you're dealing with a nigga that is all intelligent. You're not dealing with a dumbass nigga.
And you're dick suckers.
All I'm saying is I'm smarter than you.
You a little wild. Alright. So
That's crazy.
Beamer, just one question for you. You have several
pussy set me down, fucking pussy. Anyways, go.
Congressman, this nigga can't help himself.
You're getting too mouthy.
Beamer, can black people exhibit any of the categories of racism that you just mentioned?
Well, yeah, I think anybody could be racially be prejudiced.
Oh, okay.
I don't. It's impossible for Black Americans to be structurally racist or
Okay.
institutionalized in America.
I'm appreciating your comment too. Out of all the categories you mentioned, at least one of them, black people can fit into that.
Yeah. The planet got right.
Well, racist.
Well,
so with that said, she agrees. Black people can't be racist.
Yeah, I think that it's more complicated than that, and I don't think that a lot of what you see in America, of what people would say black people being racist, I don't think that is racism. I think that is a response to racism. I think that's a lot of it's a group that's on the defense that is responding to an offense and trying to make their way into a place of safety and security. I don't think that the large majority. I think it'd be really, 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 really hard and rare to find somebody that would be born in America and then be ignorant enough to be like, I don't like you because of I think that I'm superior to you truly and confidently because of the non-percentage in your melanin in your skin. I think that would be very rare. I think it's more just psychological. Even in those cases that you would find, if you would find them, they're like extreme examples of psychological coping mechanisms for just the rare and the things that people do when they're of trying to recover from what we feel is an ego threat or true security. And
can you be born racist? I know that's a little off what you're saying, but
it is a taught.
Yes.
It's on learned behavior. So the reason why black people can't be racist and why I chose it with a dumb question is because we understand that we don't live. We understand that we don't live, and because I just had another argument. Obviously, it gets so fucking annoying when people have this argument in some sort of abstract metaverse that doesn't actually apply to how we actually live here on Earth in America. You know what I mean? When discussion, it's important to base them in some sort of reality and lived experience and a shared reality, so that we have something for consistency and coherence. The reason why black people can't be racist is because we live in an institution that was founded and a different race, white people. There's structural power, governing power, business power, institutional power that completely permeates the entire, population.
Question.
Go ahead.
The definition of racism.
Okay, so has different meanings depending on how you're using it. When I'm using racism, I'm basically equating it to power structure, and a power structure between races. So it's not really, people say that that's racist, but that's like a different way, because we had that conversation earlier. That's a different way that people use that word, but really it's more that they're prejudiced and they're bigoted, because racism is much deeper, it's much more insidious, and it's much more being applied to people based on their race. Literally, when this country was founded, black people were considered out of the Trump and his stupid ass, Somalian slurs. That's the difference.
Brother, so you mentioned racism having multiple definitions, right? And you listed the definition you utilize, which is the structural. I'm curious, do you know of the others?
Well, I'm using it in terms of how it's normally implied in common vernacular. So usually when people say that's racist, they're actually talking about people saying, slurs. We had I was talking about this a little earlier. When people say, the N-word,
For example, and they're trying to be bigoted and dehumanizing and targeting people based on inherent characteristics. So that's usually what people say. But when white people say, they're saying that there's some sort of, oppression that they're experiencing that's based on their race. Thus, like the DDI argument, which is full of shit. But that's how they're using it. I'm using it in like I said, the institutional power way because it's much more. I think it's much more true to the totality of how racism affects society.
Okay, so what you just gave me is your preference in definition.
Yes,
But
exactly.
I'm curious. No problem. Does your preference negate the validity of the other meanings?
I wouldn't say that it negates the validity of the other meanings, but I would say that it's the effect of the other meanings. Because a lot of times when people use the word racist, they're really talking about some silly shit. That is like if you call a white person a cracker, you're not doing shit to them, maybe hurting their feelings. Oh, Beaver? Wait, okay. Yeah, Beaver.
Oh, wow. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, I fuck with Beaver though. Anyway, what you call it? What they're saying is that. Wait, damn! It just made me lose my train of thought. Fuck, hold on.
The statement of if you hear somebody say, "I don't trust white people," is that racist? Do you think if you hear a black American say, "I don't trust white people," would you say that's racist?
Some might call me hypocritical on this stage, but to inherently not trust someone based on their skin complexion perhaps aligns with, racism, because you're not adopting a belief about the individual as a result of not trusting them. I don't trust any stranger, regardless of skin tone. But if skin tone is what, is responsible for your lack of trust, right? I guess it is racist. Because if I'm in a corner store and the cashier doesn't trust me not to steal, or they fucking follow me, your beliefs are definitely going to influence your conduct, right?
And so what I'm saying is that's the difference. What I'm trying to explain the differences between racial prejudice meaning prejudgment, right? There's a prejudgment, right? And then there's racism where I believe that I'm superior to you because of the percentage of melanin in your skin. So I think when you hear a black American say, I don't trust white people, that is it's racial prejudice. It's a prejudgment, but it's a psychological necessity for just pattern recognition. Hey, look, I have historically seen that people like this are a safety and security risk to myself and my family. So I'm going to make sure to avoid and also be whatever, more vigilant and whatever else around this particular group. They're not saying, I think that, I'm superior to you according to the percentage of money.
Let me ask.
Would you agree with that, Matt?
Where you're coming from? Let me ask you, let me give specific examples because I get where you're coming from. I just don't know why this isn't applied across the board. We'll kind of go to the usual, stereotype or thinking or pattern, as you kind of put it, where if a black person's walking down the street and approaching white people, and the white people decide to cross the street to the other side, is something that is considered racist in that way, and then vice versa. Obviously, if it's black people or a white person approaching a black person, the black person crosses the street. Does that still apply? Is that work in your book, Bima, or how does that pattern
I guess we're kind of talking about stereotypes. Yeah. It seems to be, to me, that's the closest to, I guess stereotypes is the closest thing that you could be to being, having kind of racist feelings towards somebody, if you think about it. Because, like, you're going by, like you're saying, like a pattern. Like, you've seen this in movies that you're supposed to be scared of a black person approaching you, or vice versa. A white person approaching a black person, like that's big ingrained in our brains that those two events are supposed to be bad things. You know what I mean? So all of there, that's to me, that's the closest to like where both groups become racist in that sense. I mean, I could be way off. I don't know.
So I feel that in that particular case, that you're getting it gets a little convoluted, but basically I would say that is the leftover of the cross and the overlap from the institutional racism and the structural racism. When you see that, and it's, oh, could you say that it's just a pattern recognition? Well, the fact is how many people, how many Black Americans have harmed you in your back? None, right? Okay, so, or not any more than a white person would, right? Or that you've been harmed from a white person. So then what is it that you're doing? That is the leftover of what was taught in institutional.
Right, you don't have to have the experience to confirm it. I get your point. Like you don't have to have the incident actually take place in your life to go, okay, well, this is what's going to happen. I'm just trying to figure out why do we separate out as one being not so much a stereotype / racist kind of thinking versus, the other. That's all I was doing. I get where you're coming from, though. But go ahead.
Hold on, man, if I could say something.
Yeah, go for it.
I actually love I love what Beamer just said, man. It has me want to pose a question. How many people on this stage have been assaulted by a black person?
Good question.
I hear a lot of rhetoric that black people are dangerous, violent. How many of y'all have actually been assaulted?
I have multiple times.
Yeah, you probably deserved it.
Yeah, I didn't deserve it.
You probably deserved it.
So if it was a black girl that said it, then fuck you. If it was me, I'm sorry if I said that to you people.
And so
no, it was actually being a 12-year-old white kid moving from North Kentucky to Dunwoody, Sandy Springs, Sandy Springs Middle School when they were doing the busing program. And sitting in the fucking cafeteria at 12 years old, never hearing the word my entire fucking life. And a bunch of fucking black girls, like fucking black girls, sitting right behind me, saying the fucking N-word. And I simply turned around and said, what does that mean? She said, you know what that means, white boys? White boy? And I said, no. And then I went home and I asked my dad, and I was like, Dad, what does the word nigger mean? Or nigga mean? And he said, that's like the equivalent to white trash or hillbillies in fucking Kentucky. There's no way. I grew up in a town with, hold on, Gabriel. I grew up in a town with 364 people. I had my mouth washed out when I was 9 or 10 years old because I repeated the word faggot because I heard it from my fucking cousin when I was like 9 or 10 years old. And my fucking other cousin, who was like fucking 25 at the time, washed my mouth out with Dawn dish soap and said, you don't say that, that's fucking mean. I was just repeating what fucking David said. And I'm 12 years old because we had one town who was, white.
Statement like that.
Basically, outside of which,
I was in a town with one black family.
Nobody has been assaulted.
I have multiple times. I used to get my
outside of which.
Hey, Timothy, how about the other way around? Has any black people been assaulted by white people? I was kind of curious about
that.
It's interesting. We have real life sample data there. Literally, none of this happens to either side.
But yet the narrative gets pushed, man. So, what is it?
I've been assaulted by a white cop.
Oh, yes. I'm sorry, man. I take that back. I have been assaulted, and it was by a white cop. I'm glad that brother said that. So, yes. It's funny how
that white folks push the narrative that blacks are violent, X, Y, Z. And nobody on this stage yet in the crowd can name an instance where they was assaulted by a black person.
Well, I was assaulted.
I can't. It's the second one.
Have any black folks? I'm black, a black person.
Beavers are faggots.
I've assaulted white people on many black people. He sees assaulting Beaver right now.
Yeah, Beavers are fucking faggots.
Okay, look at that.
We don't verbal assault and shit.
Yeah.